Chapter 1. Meghan Petersen left the vehicle at a run, timing her exit precisely so that she didn't stumble, didn't falter, didn't fall. Her ride speed wasn't a problem. Times Square in broad daylight was packed with tourists who seemed to mill around aimlessly. A NASCAR track it wasn't. Her SUV was crawling in the traffic. Leaving the vehicle wasn't a problem either. Beth, her twin, had shifted over, a complicated maneuver that they had honed to perfection, the moment she had declared her intention. People were the problem. She had to land just right. She had to evade a chattering, camera-carrying bunch of tourists the moment she set foot on the street. And then she had to leap onto the pavement and run towards her destination. She accomplished all of that without any difficulty. Her jacket snagged on a car door that was opening, but a forward thrust of her shoulders freed it. She zipped it up. It wouldn't do for passers-by to spot her holstered Glock. She looked beyond the bobbing heads around her and focused on the three heavies in the distance. They were 50 feet away, hustling towards a blonde who was unaware of their presence. The goons moved easily, slipping through office workers' balletic grace to their movements. Not your average gangbangers. These are the real deal. Mercenaries, probably. Maybe even special forces. She cleared her mind as she sped through the crush of people, her feet landing smoothly, rolling, distributing her weight. She was narrowing her gaze, tunneling her vision to exclude the milling crowd, and focus on the three heavies moving toward their target, the golden hair ahead. Twisting her body sideways to squeeze through two men. Pivoting on a heel to swerve around a family. Cutting the distance down to 30 feet. A muttered curse floating past her when her shoulder brushed another. A shout when she had to shove away a lumbering sightseer. 20 feet now. The heavies getting closer to the woman. A gap opened up ahead of her, and she took advantage before anyone else occupied it. Powering through, her calf muscles carrying her forward 10 feet now, and then she saw it. The concrete base of a lamppost. Rising from the ground to a couple of feet. Perfect for her. Another step forward, her weight on her left leg, her right reaching out, landing on the base. She pushed off it and flew several feet in the air. Right leg coming up straight and angled downwards. Left leg curled tightly. Arms stretched out, body bowed like an arrowhead. "Shoot her," she cried out, and the crowd scattered away at the magic words. She flew straight at the nearest heavy, who was whirling around, his hand reaching beneath his jacket. Chapter 2. It had all started with a meeting in Police Commissioner Bruce Rolando's office, a week back. "Your investigation is going nowhere," the speaker growled at Rolando and Detectives Pizzacca and Chong. He was tall, in his 50s, dressed in an immaculate suit. Thick hair slicked back, his dark eyes glowering at the cops. "We are doing. It isn't enough. My daughter has had 3 more attempts on her life while your cops are bumbling about." Pizzacca furiously made to retort, but fell silent when Rolando shook his head imperceptibly. There was no expression on the commissioner's face. The speaker was Hiram Konstantin, a billionaire who owned companies, hotels, shipping lines, and real estate all over the world. He donated generously to the NYPD Foundation and played golf with the mayor. "Investigations take time," Rolando said mildly. "I don't have time. I am going to hire my own detectives to look into this." "Sir, your daughter is well protected. We have teams assigned to her. Those attackers tried 3 times. She has her protection detail, your cops around her, and yet those heavies nearly got to her." Konstantin slammed a palm on a nearby table. "I've had enough. I want to hire the best investigators to look into who's behind these attacks. Can you recommend any?" Pizzacca traded glances with his partner Chong. Surely the commissioner wasn't going to allow the billionaire to have his way. "I might know someone," Rolando replied smoothly. "They are sisters. Twins. Have you heard of Beth and Meghan Petersen? Are they investigators?" "They are little more than that." All eyes swung towards Pizzacca when a curious sound escaped him. You know them? Konstantin raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir. The detective composed himself and adopted his boss's expressionless face. The commissioner is right. The Petersen sisters aren't ordinary investigators. What are they then? You should meet them, sir, and see for yourself. Yes, sir, we'll be there. Meghan ended the call and swiveled in her chair, lost in thought. She and Beth were in their Columbus Avenue office. They weren't the only occupants. Bwana and Roger were tossing a basketball at each other. Broker was in the corner, practicing his putts on a small golfing strip. Bear and Chloe were curled on a couch, reading. Zeb was spread out on another couch, his eyes closed. There were no active missions for the agency, the covert outfit they worked in, which was why all the operatives were in the city. Who was that? Beth asked when her sister stayed silent, curling a twirl of hair around her fingers. Commissioner Rolando. What did he want? We're to meet someone in his office. Who? Hiram Konstantin. The billionaire? Bwana cocked his head curiously. Yeah? Why? The commissioner didn't say. When? Right away. Bwana threw the ball back to Broker and grabbed his jacket. Us, Meghan drawled as she and Beth headed to the elevator. Not you. I'll drive, Bwana offered. I've always wanted to meet one of these rich cats. Hiram Konstantin inspected them silently when the twins entered Rolando's office. Brown-haired, green-eyed, dressed casually in jeans and sneakers, jackets over tees, the sisters were hard to tell apart. Only the closest inspection showed their noses were slightly different. The billionaire's eyebrows came together when Bwana followed them. I thought they would be older, he told the commissioner when introductions were made, not caring that the sisters could hear him. Beth turned towards the door and started leaving the office, her sister close behind. Where are you going? Konstantin shouted. You wanted someone older, Beth tossed back. The billionaire stood nonplussed. People scurried at his bidding. Stock markets rose or plunged at his statements. No one turned their backs on him. I told you. Rolando didn't conceal his satisfaction. They aren't ordinary investigators. Konstantin sighed and spread his hands in apology. I am stressed. These attacks on Angie, let's start again. The twins returned and seated themselves at Rolando's gesture. The commissioner on one side of his large desk, the sisters on the other side, and the billionaire in front of them. Bwana leaned against the wall, hands folded across his chest, a dark mountain next to Pazaka and Chong. You know my daughter, Angie, the billionaire began. We've heard of her, Beth replied evenly. Angie Konstantin was well known for her luxe lifestyle. She was CEO of one of her father's companies, but that was a title in name only. She was a socialite, most often seen in the shopping districts and on the exotic beaches of the world. Someone's after her. There have been 3 attempts on her life so far. She and I have received several threats. I want to find out who's behind those and why. I want them stopped. The commissioner's got a good team, sir. We know those 2. She bobbed her head at the 2 detectives. They are 2 of the best cops in the city. A surprised look crossed Pazaka's face. He and the sisters had an uneasy relationship. Compliments were rare. His chest puffed out involuntarily as he nodded in agreement. He was a great detective, no one could doubt it. They will find the perps. You don't need additional investigators, sir. Miss Petersen. Beth, sir. Beth, this isn't up for discussion. I'm going to hire investigators and put an end to this. Commissioner Rolando says you are the best. I want to hire you. Sorry, sir. We aren't for hire. Chapter 3. Hiram Konstantin looked at the twins in disbelief. No one turned him down. Ever. Come again. We are not for hire, sir. The billionaire looked astonished. Is it about money? You know who I am. You will be very well rewarded. Sir, Beth answered him patiently. We work in a security consulting firm. We are well paid. We don't take on side gigs for money. Konstantin looked at Rolando for help. In his world, everyone had a price. He hadn't come across anyone who would turn down one of his offers. The commissioner offered no support. His detectives had bland expressions on their faces. There's the small matter that by hiring us, you'll want to control us, Meghan broke the silence. When we take on such cases, we are in charge. We report to no one. She held a finger up to forestall the billionaire's protest. We will keep stakeholders informed of progress, but they don't call the shots. We know of your reputation. You are a control freak. We don't work with such people. Konstantin's face darkened. You think a lot of yourself, don't you? You aren't the only detectives in town. We aren't, sir. And with that, the twins rose and turned to the door. They were almost out when he sighed. Wait. How can I get you to help? Meghan flashed a look at her sister, reading her thoughts. They didn't need to take this case. However, there had been that look on the commissioner's face. Bruce Rolando was a good friend. He wouldn't have called us if he didn't want us to help. Konstantin is important to the NYPD. We have a few conditions, Meghan said crisply, walking back towards the billionaire. We are in charge. You don't question our methods. Ever. You don't ask why or how. You don't tell us what to do. You don't call us every minute. We'll call you and give you updates if there are any. Agreed, Konstantin said instantly. We'll need to check out the protection detail, see how good they are. We'll replace them if we need to. They are good men. Handpicked. Angie gets along with them well, the billionaire protested. This isn't a negotiation, sir? Konstantin nodded stiffly. I will inform them. Not until we tell you to. Your daughter, she has to do what we say. We dictate her life till this is cleared up. He broke away from their gazes and looked into the distance. Came back to them. Why don't you meet her and discuss this with her? That's what we were planning to do. Yes? Why us? Beth asked. Like you said, there are enough PIs out there. What changed your mind? A smile ghosted across Konstantin's face. No one's turned me down before. That sets you apart. His face turned serious. There's a condition of my own. You'll meet my daughter here. In the commissioner's office. Why? Beth leaned forward curiously, noting the surprised look on the commissioner's face. My daughter, she's got a mind of her own. We've heard that. He looked at her sharply, but her face was unreadable, as was Meghan's. Angie Konstantin was headstrong. She insisted on having her way and, with her father's billions behind her, got it. She doesn't like her security detail. It cramps her lifestyle, she says. She won't like having you around. If we meet here, it will seem like the NYPD wants you. That'll help convince her. Beth looked questioningly at Rolando, who nodded. Set it up. About payment, Konstantin began when the sisters rose for the final time. There's nothing to be discussed, Meghan cut him off. Are you always this belligerent? He demanded. No, sir. We save this act for billionaires who don't start off with please. Chapter 4. The sisters were back in Rolando's office 2 days later. By then they knew a lot more about Angie, the attempts on her life, and Hiram Konstantin. None of the intel helped them understand why the daughter was being targeted. In all the attacks the perps had escaped. Her dad's a billionaire. Kidnapped for ransom. What's so hard to understand? Beth told her sister impatiently when Meghan shook her head. She isn't the only billionaire's child. There are several. She is not the only willful heiress. Why her? Something related to Konstantin's businesses? Nope. Meghan rejected that theory. The NYPD investigated all threats he had received. All were crank messages. They haven't found any connection to these attacks. Let's go meet her. The same reception committee awaited them when they reached one police plaza. Rolando conversing with Konstantin, Pazaka and Chong leaning against a wall, looking at nothing in particular. No Angie, who breezed in an hour later with her retinue. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a green top over blue jeans. 3 in her security detail, who positioned themselves outside Rolando's office, and an assistant who remained a discreet distance away, phone in hand. Dad has no EA accompanying him, but the daughter has. Meghan smirked inwardly. Her threads and shoes would feed a village in Africa for a week. The heiress didn't offer any apology for her late arrival. Her eyes were cool, her lips curled when she surveyed the sisters. You didn't tell me they were women, Dad, she sniffed disdainfully. I have a protection detail. Carrie, Carlos and Quincy are good. I don't need more people around me. Certainly not babes. Beth stiffened but kept quiet when Meghan threw her a glance. Let's see how Dad responds. Honey, Konstantin had the grace to look embarrassed, we need to find out who's behind these. The cops are investigating. That's not enough. Beth and Meghan are highly recommended. I think we need their expertise. I don't, she said, wearing a mulish expression while she continued to stare at the sisters. I don't like them. You don't even know them. Meghan had had enough. Sir, we are outta here. We will not work with a principal who doesn't want us. Good luck keeping her alive. Hey, Angie burst out furiously, who do you think you are? The 2 people who just might be able to help you. Dad, they'll cramp my life, the daughter whined. Yeah, we will, said Beth, contemptuous. We'll look into every person in your life. Your friend's boyfriend, XS, everyone. We'll shadow you. You need to powder your nose? We'll follow you to the restroom. We'll be all over your life, and you just might thank us. Or maybe not. Babes like you have had everything handed over to them. Dad? Angie reddened and turned furiously on her father, who had a strange expression on his face. I'm done arguing with you, honey. Beth and Meghan are on the team. Deal with it. Angie Konstantin dealt with it by stomping her foot furiously. She jerked her head at her assistant, who hurried to the door and opened it for her exit. Meghan made a later gesture towards the billionaire and the cops, and darted towards the door. Beth fell in beside her, muttering, How do we handle this? Meghan smirked, Show her who's in charge. Chapter 5. Angie Konstantin was nowhere in sight when they entered the hallway outside Rolando's office. 3 men were standing beside the door, 2 of them with buzz cuts and flat, alert eyes, the third scruffy with stubble on his chin. Carrie, Quincy and Carlos, Meghan guessed. Where did she go? To the ladies' room, ma'am, one of the buzzcuts replied, nodding towards the far end of the corridor. You didn't follow her? I would like to, Stubble drawled, but unfortunately she doesn't play that way. His eyes sharpened as they swept over the sisters. Now you too. I wouldn't mind playing. Meghan whirled on her heel, noticing the look of distaste on the buzzcuts' faces. Her hand dipped towards her thigh, came up clutching a 6-inch blade. She jabbed its point at Stubble's neck, nicked the skin and drew a bead of blood. Don't finish that, she hissed. Unless you want me to finish your shave. The man paled and swallowed. Meghan stepped back immediately, the knife disappearing when the commissioner's office door opened. Konstantin stepped out, followed by the cops. His eyes narrowed when he noticed the look on Stubble's face. Something happened? No, sir. We were just talking. What's that on your neck? Blood? A shaving cut. It's reopened. Where's Angie? Meghan turned towards the corridor, cursing herself. We let that punk distract us. She and Beth raced towards the restroom. It was empty. Call her, she snapped at the assistant. Angie Konstantin didn't answer. Where could she have gone? She meets her friends on Times Square, sir. This time of the day. It's a regular thing, Stella, the assistant stammered. There's an elevator further down, Chong said, pointing as the sisters explored the hallway. It goes right down. Beth jabbed the call button several times, gave up, and pushed open the door to the stairwell. We'll find her, she called over her shoulder and raced down the steps. 20 minutes to reach the ground floor. A quick look around to confirm that Angie Konstantin wasn't anywhere in the lobby. A call to Stella to get the daughter's number. And then Meghan drove their SUV, as Beth punched the number and brought up the phone's location on the dash screen. There she is, she said grimly when the orange dot showed up heading midtown. Meghan floored it through New York's traffic, her lips set tight. Angie Konstantin had to learn that she couldn't slip away by herself anymore. Who better than the Petersen sisters to teach her that lesson? Half an hour of furious driving through the city brought them to Times Square. 15 minutes of scanning the sidewalks as Beth tried Angie's number. There. Meghan followed her sister's eyes. Saw the flash of green, golden hair bobbing. 2 women with Angie. She rolled down the window, made to call out when Beth grabbed her arm. Look behind them. Heavies. Which was how Meghan found herself flying through the air like an arrow towards the 3 goons. Chapter 6. Someone screamed as she started falling, her leg tight, straight and thrusting forward. The blonde head ahead of her was turning, alerted by her warning shout of shooter. 2 heavies were reacting, whirling around, hands reaching beneath their jacket. Meghan's foot landed on the first attacker's chest, the full weight of her body crashing into him. She heard his ribs crack above the noise of the crowd. She used him as a pivot point, leaping away before she lost her balance, attention turning towards the remaining men, both of whom had fully turned now. Their hands snaking out from beneath their jackets. Angie Konstantin several feet to her right. Her eyes wide, mouth opening soundlessly, her friends grabbing her shoulder and pulling her away. Meghan landed on both feet, body crouching, presenting a low target. Someone moved in her peripheral vision. Beth. She'll take care of the fallen man. She drew her Glock from her shoulder holster, a move so smooth, so liquid, that one moment her palm was empty and the next it was curled around the grip. The heavy to her right was the faster of the 2 men. Her weapon spat without conscious thought or aim. A red flower blossomed on his right shoulder. He stumbled, fell back. The remaining thug dived away, giving himself space, his gun rising. Meghan turned, her barrel following him, placing herself as a target, giving Angie time to get away. She had armor beneath her top, as had Beth. She wasn't unduly worried about body shots. Her eyes narrowed, her weapon rose. This shot had to count. There were too many people around to risk a prolonged shootout. A rush of air behind her. Watch out. Beth's desperate yell. Her sister body slammed her, and the 2 went rolling, just as the distinctive chatter of an automatic weapon sounded. Down, she hollered as loudly as she could, trying to spot Angie, feeling relief when she saw the heiress fleeing into a store. She held tight to her sister, and the 2 kept turning desperately until they crashed into a lamppost, then sprang apart, Meghan twisting her head to look behind, her Glock which was still in her hand following her eyes. No shooters. Traffic had stalled, horns blaring, people staying put in their vehicles. She raced to the street and spotted a black SUV receding in the distance. It turned a corner and disappeared from sight. That's the one, Beth confirmed, joining her. Came from nowhere. Lucky, I spotted the barrel. Meghan knew there was no luck to it. One sister always had the other's back. She flicked her hair back, straightening suddenly when she remembered the heavies. She hurried back to the sidewalk, where people were emerging from hiding. Her heart sank when she saw the still bodies of the thugs and the ugly wounds on their chests. All dead. Beth gritted her teeth and helped her twin check out bystanders. An elderly lady had taken a round in her shoulder. A tourist had a grazed temple. 2 others had more serious injuries, a woman with a round in her stomach, a man with a chest wound. She was helping the injured when the first cruiser rolled up and cops pointed weapons at them. Raise your hands. Chapter 7. It took 3 hours for their statements to be recorded, and for a shaken Angie Konstantin and her friends to be interviewed. A captain made a few calls when Meghan dropped the commissioner's name, and nodded at his officers to let them go. We'll need your guns, ma'am. To run tests and match the rounds. They have any IDs on them? Beth asked as they handed over their Glocks. No, ma'am. We'll have to run their prints and their guns. Hiram Konstantin was waiting for them in the commissioner's office when they arrived after dropping off Angie's friends. He thrust out his hands and gathered in his sobbing daughter, comforting her. You shouldn't have split like that, Beth shot at Angie when a semblance of normalcy returned. No one tells me what to do, not even my dad, the heiress retorted. From now on you'll do as we say. Or you'll die. You nearly did today, Meghan cut in impatiently. Listen to us and stay alive. Want to die? We're out. Your choice. Angie's face reddened. She turned to her father for support, but he was of no help. I have a security detail, she said, tossing her hair back. They'll protect me. Like they did today? Beth sneered. They didn't even know where you were. Where are they anyway? I fired them, the billionaire replied. I'll need to get another. That won't be necessary, sir. We know someone, that is, if you and your daughter still need us. We do, the billionaire said, clamping his jaw resolutely. I'll need to interview them. Dad? Him, sir, Beth replied, liking the way Konstantin was overriding his daughter. Just one man? Konstantin shifted on his feet, flicking a look at the commissioner. He'll be enough, sir. If he's who I think he is, Rolando assured him. You've asked him? He turned to the twins. He'll do it, Beth chuckled. I would love to see that, when you tell him. Am I missing something? Who's this man? Konstantin interrupted. You'll meet him, sir, Beth told him. We'll need the files on your protection detail. Angie, your friends will need their details too. Carrie, Carlos, and Quincy didn't do anything. Angie burst out. And leave my friends out of your investigation. Not going to happen, Beth replied sharply. Those hitters knew where you were within minutes of you leaving this office. Someone told them. Or they knew your routine. Which means they surveilled you, knew your patterns. That's right, ma'am. My officers will be taking the same angle, Rolando said with a shrug, running interference before Angie Konstantin blew up. Beth and Meghan, he addressed the billionaire, know what they're doing. You'd better listen to them. He didn't have to say the words. They hung heavily in the air. Konstantin nodded. He grasped his daughter by an elbow and shook hands with Beth. Call me. I'll arrange for everything you need. And with that, he left the commissioner's office. Rolando sagged wearily into his chair when the door shut. Remind me why I took on this job? For the money, of course. Beth grinned and dropped herself in another seat. What do you know about those shooters? Ha! Give us time. However, if we go by the previous attempts, we'll find nothing on them. Why her? Meghan played with a paperweight, bouncing it in her palm. If I knew that. Rolando raised his hands helplessly. You'll really get Zeb to shadow her? Yeah. He'll agree. If I say please, yeah. Chapter 8. You want me to do what? Zeb propped himself on an elbow and looked at Beth incredulously. Their office on Columbus Avenue. Broker whistling softly, doing work like stuff on his screen. Bear and Chloe in the small kitchen, brewing coffees. Bawana and Roger nowhere in sight, presumably out with their girlfriends. Zeb on his couch, looking like he was asleep. Until Beth dropped her bombshell. You heard me. Angie Konstantin. She needs protection. You are it. Zeb sat straight. He was the lead operative in the agency. He went after terrorists, international criminal gangs, and threats to national security. Many in his line of work said he was the most lethal agent they knew. And here he was, being asked to babysit a billionaire's daughter. I don't. You will now, Beth said firmly, hiding a smile. Meghan and she had discussed the best way to convince Zeb on their way over. The direct approach is the best, Meghan told her. Beth was executing it. There have been 3 attempts on her. There was a 4th today. Her father wants us to investigate. We need you to keep her safe. Broker raised his head, observed the byplay, winked when he read Beth's face and went back to his screen when Zeb looked at him sharply. Her father can't afford security? Zeb asked, thinking of ways to wriggle out of this one. He can. She had a detail. She evaded them today. Besides, they aren't investigators. They are glorified heavies. Bawana Raj. We'll stand out. Bear and Chloe, Zeb persisted. They're the best close protection team. You've seen Bear's size? Beth sniffed disdainfully, making a discreet gesture as the couple entered the room carrying cups of coffee. He's built like a mountain. We've got stuff to do in any case, Bear growled. What stuff? Zeb asked suspiciously. Vacation, Chloe cut in smoothly. We haven't had one in months. This doesn't feel like a vacation? Zeb frowned at them. We have been idle for weeks. No mission. The 2 of you have done nothing but laze around. Nothing feels like a vacation when you're around, Bear snorted. Do what Beth says. The world needs you. Nope. Only a billionaire, Beth said. His daughter, Meghan corrected. Zeb stared at them, hoping the twins were joking. They weren't. 2 pairs of green eyes looked back at him. When? Right away. Zeb knew when he was beaten. He got to his feet, put on his shoulder holster and donned his jacket. Zeb, said Meghan, her voice silky smooth. Yeah? He stopped at the door. Hiram Konstantin wants to interview you. I don't do interviews. You will now. Konstantin is important to Commissioner Rolando. His shoulders drooped, but he made no protest. Zeb? Beth this time, syrupy sweet. What now? Angie Konstantin can be difficult. Zeb fled. Chapter 9. The twins got to work. Chong had sent over their investigation files, which the sisters divided. Meghan looked into the previous attacks, while Beth checked out the police files on Konstantin's business and associates. The first attack had occurred 2 months back. Angie Konstantin had been emerging from a Fifth Avenue store, one of those fancy ones that closed down for all other customers while the young heiress shopped, when a round had buzzed past her head and slammed into the concrete wall behind. She didn't know someone had shot at her, but her protection detail did. They pounced on her, bundled her into her car and swept her away to safety. The ensuing investigation had gone nowhere. No one had seen a shooter. No sound had been heard. A few cars had sped off after the shooting, and all of them belonged to legit, blameless owners. The cops had initially considered someone else to be a target. However, on investigating everyone in the vicinity, they figured it was Angie. No one else was that high profile or was having the kind of trouble that would invite a hit. They surmised that the hitter had been waiting in a vehicle across the street. The shot had been taken hastily, and there had been no opportunity for a second. Meghan turned to the second attack, 2 weeks later. 5 masked men had converged on Angie as she was leaving a downtown nightclub. 2 had shoved her friends away. Another had taken on Carrie, Quincy, who was stubble, and Carlos, while the remaining 2 had grabbed the woman. They hadn't succeeded. She had put up a fight, kicking and screaming. Her security detail had overpowered the lone attacker whose partners piled in, and in the ensuing scuffle, the masked men got away. Again, there were no clues, nothing for the cops to pursue. No DNA traces, and the attackers hadn't uttered a single word. There were camera feeds this time, since the club had CCTV around the entrance. However, all they showed was the 5 men coming from behind a line of parked vehicles. The NYPD closed the club for a few days and investigated all its customers. They didn't get anywhere. The third attack was probably the most dramatic. Angie was stepping out from a cinema a week later, a red carpet movie premiere, an invite-only audience, and climbed into her waiting car. Only to realize it wasn't her car. The limo looked exactly like the one she had arrived in, and she had given it no thought when the driver, his face shadowed by his cap, had waved at her. Her protection detail was waiting in another car well behind, and by the time they realized she'd been kidnapped, the limo was underway. A high-speed chase followed, which resulted in the security vehicle smashing into the limo. Its driver was captured, and there the investigation dead-ended. Manuel Chavez, the driver, clammed up and refused to answer any questions. The cops put him in a holding cell, and by the next morning he was dead. An autopsy revealed a slow-acting poison was the cause of his death, and there the investigation hit a brick wall. Chavez wasn't in the system. He had no identification on his body. No one came forward to claim it. Meghan sighed and leaned back, twirling a pencil in her hands. She knew how the fourth attack had gone down. None of those perps are identified either. The first attempt was a shot, but all others seemed to be grabs. Why? The blank screen stared back at her mockingly. She looked over at her sister, who had her lips pursed, a frown on her forehead. A surge of affection filled her. Beth, her baby sister. All right, they were twins and Meghan was older by just a few minutes, but she was fiercely protective of her younger twin. A phone buzzed. Beth reached around blindly, snagged her cell and looked at the message. She smiled, typed a reply and went back to her screen. Mark. That smile is for him. Mark was a fast-rising detective in the NYPD. He was Beth's boyfriend, a relationship Meghan approved of. I'm happy for her. After all she's been through, she deserves love. The twins had lost their folks several years back. Their father, a celebrated cop in Wyoming, had been killed in a shootout. They had lost their mother to cancer much earlier. As if that wasn't enough tragedy, Beth had a hole in her memory when she'd been shot by a campus shooter during her college years. Meghan had helped her sister recover, and the two had rebuilt their lives. They had met Zeb while on vacation in Wyoming. The taciturn, brown-haired man had rescued them from a cartel, and that event had led them to joining the agency. Sis. Beth tapped her shoulder. Yeah? You look spaced out. I was. There's nothing in those files, she grumped. Any luck on your end? Beth rose and grabbed her jacket. Not really, but let's go. Where? It's time to meet Carrie, Quincy, and Carlos. Chapter 10. You don't have a resume? Hiram Konstantin asked the lean, sinewy man in front of him. No, sir, Zeb replied. A frown crossed the billionaire's face. In his world, those he employed had resumes. Carrie, Quincy, and Carlos had impressive ones, which was one reason he had hired them. The Petersens didn't submit one either, he reminded himself, and yet I hired them. That reminded him. Did I hire them? Somehow it didn't feel like that. The twins had controlled every aspect of what had supposed to be an interview. They had turned down payment. And then they had nearly walked out. On top of that, they had treated his daughter with disrespect. Not that Angie didn't deserve it. Konstantin stifled a smile and made his face expressionless. In any case, it was time to restore the natural order in his world. Zeb Carter would be interviewed, references checked, and only then would he be taken on. As a contract employee. What had happened with the sisters wouldn't be repeated. The commissioner speaks highly of you, he admitted grudgingly. Something about Carter irked him. The billionaire was used to being surrounded by people who fawned over him, responded to every word of his. The brown-haired man was not one of them. He stood, even though Konstantin had asked him to sit, feet apart, hands loose, and met the billionaire's eyes calmly. Those sisters, they were the same. What exactly do you do, Mr. Carter? Zeb, sir. I work in the same security firm as Meghan and Beth. That's... Konstantin looked at a sheet that his assistant had provided him. He refused to call the security man by his first name. Boss-employee dynamics had to be maintained. That Carter called him sir was a big plus. Corporate security, correct? Yes, sir. We advise large companies on keeping their premises and people safe. You've an impressive client list, Mr. Carter. Thank you, sir. Now, what makes you qualified to keep Angie safe? Our security detail had 3 people, but Rolando and your friends think you alone are sufficient. I have done this before, sir. I have protected higher security risks. Like? Konstantin gaped for a moment when Carter mentioned the names: a world leader, a business titan, a mega Hollywood celebrity. I was under the impression your firm didn't offer personal protection. We don't, sir. These assignments were of a personal nature. Personal, how? I can't reveal that, sir. Konstantin bored him with his eyes, but Carter didn't give. The billionaire liked that. It says here you are Delta. I was, sir. Can you provide any references? My staff will have to vet you, and then we can progress. Yes, sir. How many do you need? As many as you can provide, Konstantin replied with barely controlled irritation. Carter was behaving as if he hadn't been to an interview before. General Daniel Klaus, sir. The billionaire looked up so fast his neck ached. The National Security Advisor? Yes, sir. Just who are you people? Konstantin whispered. We work in a security firm, sir. There was no sarcasm, no mirth, no emotion in Carter's face or voice. He kept replying evenly. He hasn't even moved a muscle. You aren't name-dropping, are you? Carter recited a cell number. That's the general's personal phone, sir. He'll be expecting your call. You? Konstantin was lost for words. I told him. On the way, sir. He said he had met you at some fundraiser in D.C. Yes, I didn't think he would remember. Carter didn't say anything. He stood there, his hair fluttering lightly from the aircon's blast. The billionaire cleared his throat. It was time to take charge. We need to discuss terms, Carter, if this is to go ahead. Name your fees. There are none, sir. Billionaires didn't moan, otherwise Konstantin would have. What do you mean? He demanded. Just that, sir. We, Meghan, Beth and me, are doing this for the commissioner. No payment involved. But? I'm your boss. No, sir. I'll protect your daughter until the sisters find out who's behind these attempts, and we stop them. You don't employ us, however. The sheet in Konstantin's hand fluttered to the floor. You can always work with someone else, sir. No, the billionaire recovered. Mr. Carter, you've got the job. Just like that, sir? Yes, and for one other reason. What's that, sir? Konstantin grinned. Angie will hate you. Chapter 11. Beth and Meghan met Carrie in a bar. The bodyguard showed no signs of resentment at being fired. He ordered them drinks and answered every question of theirs professionally. No, that wasn't our job, he replied to Beth when she asked whether he had investigated the attacks. That attempt at the cinema, why were you so far behind? Event security, ma'am. The organizers wanted it that way. No security detail was allowed near the red carpet. Mr. Konstantin discussed it with them, and only then greenlighted Angie's attendance. How did Chavez get past security? Meghan flagged the server for another round. You're Meghan, right? Carrie smiled disarmingly. Hard to tell the two of you apart. Yeah? She didn't smile back. It wasn't a social visit. The 3 bodyguards were on their suspect list. He had the right credentials. He was the named driver for a Hollywood star. The bodyguard mentioned a name. His face checked with the photo on their system. The car's plates matched. What the security cordon didn't know was that the celebrity had left an hour earlier. How did Chavez know that? Meghan made herself look intrigued. The NYPD checked that out. They initially suspected the actor, but it turned out that Chavez, or whoever was behind him, had hacked into the event system. Someone hacked into the system. That's what the cops concluded. Carrie didn't have anything else to offer. His story of the attempts matched those in the police files. Pazaka and Chong had interviewed him extensively after each attack, and their record didn't deviate from what the bodyguard was telling the sisters. What do you think? Beth asked Meghan as they were leaving. You've got Werner on him? Yeah. Didn't turn up anything. Decent financial records. There's money to be made in the protection business. A house on Long Island. He's not married. Has a girlfriend who is in Brooklyn. No offshore accounts. No extravagant purchases. Nothing suspicious. Werner was the supercomputer in their office that ran a sophisticated artificial intelligence program. Beth held her forefinger up before Meghan could speak. Nothing on Carlos either. Quincy? Beth snorted. You'll see when we meet him. Nope, I'm not going to tell, she smirked when Meghan looked sharply at her. Quincy lived in an apartment complex in Jamaica. An upmarket neighborhood filled with studios, cafes, and media agencies. Not where I thought he would live. Beth looked up at the building and checked out the street. How much do you think these apartments go for? About $1 million or $2 million. The building's new, gated, owned security. He owns his place? Yeah. Bought outright. No mortgage. Meghan whistled softly in surprise. That was some doing, even for those in the protection business. They waited for an approaching resident to swipe the entrance with a keycard, and rushed in behind her. Friends of Quincy, Beth said with a smile when the woman looked curiously at them. They took an elevator and stepped out into a carpeted hallway. He might not be home, Meghan hissed. He is, Beth replied smugly. I've been tracking their phones. I hate smartasses. Deal with it, sis. The bodyguard's apartment was at the far end, next to the fire exit. Muted music sounded from within when Beth pressed the buzzer. Movement at the eyepiece, a muffled exclamation, and the door swung open. You babes? Quincy drawled, bare-chested. The sisters strode past him without a word, checking out the apartment with practiced eyes. It looked like he was alone and not expecting company. The TV was tuned to a music channel. A bottle and a half-empty glass stood on a table in front of a couch, along with empty packets of nuts. A shirt was flung carelessly over a chair. Bedrooms empty, an unmade bed in one. Kitchen surprisingly tidy. You taking me up on that offer? The bodyguard chuckled when they returned to the living room. I've always wanted to tango with two. His sentence ended in a gasp when Meghan shoved him against the wall. He exploded. He slapped her hands away and grabbed at her hair. She twisted away and slammed a punch into his gut. He bent double, wheezed, a wicked light shining in his eyes. He sprang forward without warning, intending to bring her down. Met her rising knee. Knocked it away with his left hand, threw a punch with his right, which she blocked and then applied a judo hold. He evaded easily and struck back in return, catching her on the jaw. Stay away, Meghan snapped at her sister and wiped her mouth. Okay, playtime is over. She rushed forward, hands rising, feinted. The two traded punches and blocks in a blur, Quincy grinning as he used his size to crowd her backwards and force her into a corner. The things I'd like to do to the two of you, he panted, his eyes alight. He shouldn't have said that. A calm filled Meghan. Her breathing evened out. Her vision sharpened. She saw Quincy's strike arriving as if in slow motion. The hard edge of his right hand heading towards her neck. His left shooting at her belly. His body too close for her to escape. She steeled herself and took the hammer blows, her head rocking, breath escaping her in a whoosh, sight blurring, a groan escaping her. Started falling limply to the floor, felt rather than heard his satisfied chuckle. And then she acted. Her left fist bunched and struck at his groin. Her right elbow punched into his thigh. He yowled and drew back, and when his left foot rose from the floor, she got the opening she wanted. For a fraction of a second, he was off balance. She grabbed his leg, twisted it, body slammed him, brought him to the floor, jabbed him fiercely in the throat, and knocked him out. Are you okay? Beth hurried over with a wet towel. Yeah. She panted and wiped her face and palms. She felt her ribs. They seemed okay. Twisted and turned her neck. It hurt, but that was to be expected. They trained with Zeb, who had taught them to control their breathing and use it to calm themselves during intense action. They had also learned from him the technique of absorbing blows. She ran her tongue over her teeth. All intact. Her lips were bleeding and would be swollen for a while. In all, she had come out relatively unharmed. He hits hard, I'll give him that. Wait till I hit him with questions, Beth snarled. She went to the kitchen tap, filled a glass of water, and emptied it over Quincy's face. The bodyguard jerked and came to with a moan. He shook his head trying to clear it, and when his eyes landed on Meghan, they narrowed. He struggled to sit upright, his mouth working. You? His head rocked back when Beth slapped him. Don't say it. You're in deep trouble. We can call the cops, tell them you assaulted us, intended to rape us. You might clear yourself, but your reputation will be ruined. You'll get no clients. Think about it and choose your words carefully. Quincy glared, his gaze switching between the two sisters. He nodded in acceptance finally, and struggled to the couch. Winced when he sat and mumbled thanks when Meghan thrust a bowl full of ice cubes at him. He placed them over his groin and sighed. What do you want? This apartment. How did you afford it in cash? Beth sat opposite him. That beachfront house in the Bahamas. You bought it just after the first attempt on Angie. That timing, you'd better have some good answers. The bodyguard reared forward, grimacing at the hurt in his body. How do you know all that? He looked surprised, not scared, Meghan observed, a flash of pride surging in her at Beth's finding. That's why she wanted to accost him. She moved closer to Beth, ready for anything from the seated man. That Quincy was astonished, not the sign of a man who could be involved in Angie's attacks. Mr. Konstantin bought them for me. Ha! Why? Beth cried out in surprise. Of all the answers the twins were expecting, this wasn't one. How did you find out? Quincy asked stubbornly. We ask the questions, buddy. The cops don't know, do they? Beth ignored him, asking him a question to which the sisters knew the answer. The Caribbean place was bought by a shell company, using funds from offshore accounts. The NYPD would have had to jump through several hoops to know. Otherwise, they would have been all over you. That timing. I had nothing to do with those attacks. I was on her detail, for Christ's sakes. You knew everything about her movements. You were best positioned to leak information. She's my stepsister. Quincy yelled. Chapter 12. Nope, didn't see that one coming either. Meghan joined her sister on the couch as the bodyguard spilled. Angie's mom, she had an affair many years back. I am her son. My father's no more. Mr. Konstantin found out, supported me. He didn't tell us anything about you, Beth countered sharply. No one knows. That's what we agreed on. We? My mom, Mr. Konstantin, and me? Why? You'll have to ask them, Quincy's lips twisted bitterly. I guess it would ruin the image they have cultivated. Geez, Quincy, you're an utter lowlife, but it wouldn't be end of the world if they acknowledged you. Affairs happen all the time. There was talk of her running for governor as an independent. They said a clean image had to be maintained. When did your father die? When I was 6. He was a political campaigner in New York, which was how my mother met him. She had an interest in politics, and they spent time together on the then governor's campaign. My grandfather, he was the only relative my dad had, was my guardian. He became my parent. He and the Konstantins came to an agreement. I would live with my granddad, and this rich family would pay for my education, my needs. Is he still around? No. He died just before I turned 18. What happened then? My mother showed up at my school. With her husband and their lawyer. They drew up this fancy contract. They would pay for my education. Help me get a job. Buy me a place. In return, I was never to disclose my identity. You agreed? Heck yeah. What was I supposed to do? Meghan looked at her sister, taking her cues from her twin. She's read his file. She knows his background. You went to private school and in college joined the Army's ROTC program, Beth recited. You were in the Rangers, and when you quit, you got into the private security business. If you know all that, why are you even here? Quincy sneered. Dude, that attitude, drop it, Beth said contemptuously. Did Mr. Konstantin help you with the consulting work? How's that relevant? Meghan had had enough. She grabbed a few ice cubes and flung them at his face. We can do this the hard way. Oh wait, we already did that, and look how you came out. Yeah, he did. Quincy ducked and flinched when a cube hit his cheek. Got me my first few clients, and after that, I didn't need any help. How do we know you aren't lying? Meghan demanded. Ask Mr. Konstantin, the bodyguard said with a laugh. He got to his feet gingerly and disappeared into a bedroom. Returned with a folder, which he tossed at them. Everything's in there. My dear mom, her husband, they made me sign a non-disclosure. That document, the contract, all notarized, neat and proper. Their lawyer even sends me receipts of payments they made. For my education, everything they spent on me. Quincy sat down heavily and closed his eyes, placing the bowl over his groin. How did you end up on Angie's detail? Meghan started flipping through the file and ended up holding thin air when Beth snatched it out of her hands. Mr. Konstantin. He wanted a 3-person detail. He had already hired Carrie and Carlos, and they both had other names to suggest, but he wanted me. I guess he wanted some kind of family around his precious daughter, he replied acidly. Doesn't look like he's got much love for them. I guess in his position, I would be the same. That house in the Bahamas? Yeah, about the timing. He got to his feet gingerly, grabbed his shirt and shrugged into it. That was just coincidence. I had identified the house, but setting up the purchase took time. All those companies to set up, making the paperwork disappear. Even the NYPD didn't know of it, so how did you? Meghan didn't tell him about Werner. That it was tapped into every law enforcement network in the country. It accessed every Western intelligence agency's network and had burrowed into several worldwide financial and legal systems. He doesn't need to know all that. We have our ways. I'll grant you that. What now? Beth rose, slapped the file with her palm, and followed Meghan out of the apartment. Now you deal with the cops, she said over her shoulder. Why? This can't be revealed. Mr. Konstantin. Your problem. You believe him? Beth asked Meghan when they reached street level. Yeah. That's too complicated a story to make up. What do the files say? Confirms his story. Why didn't you tell me about the apartment and the Caribbean place? And miss all that? That look on his face when you punched him. She chuckled, shoulder bumping her sister. How do you think Zeb's doing? Worse than us, I'll bet. Chapter 13. He looks okay, Angie Konstantin circled Zeb, surveying him as if he was a piece of meat. Honey, he's here to protect you. Her father pulled out his phone and scrolled through his messages. The stock market hadn't crashed in the few moments he hadn't checked. He isn't your date. I can see myself with him though. She poked a finger at Zeb's chest and nodded approvingly at the hard muscle. He isn't as handsome as Carrie or Carlos, but... Ma'am? Zeb was expressionless, as if it was commonplace for a rich heiress to poke and prod at him. Please pack one bag, just one, and come with me. That sounds romantic, she said, fluttering her eyelashes at him. You'll have to call me by my first name if we are to make progress. What's wrong with her staying here? Konstantin objected, hands spreading out. They were in her lavishly appointed, Upper West Side apartment. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room a little smaller than a tennis court. Maid working in the kitchen, the ever-present assistant, who didn't know where to look as her employer checked Zeb out. They know your daughter's routine, sir. This place is no longer secure. I'll stay with him, Angie replied before her father could protest. The same room, him and I. She did the eyelash-fluttering thing again, as she leaned closer to him. Angie, one bag. Zeb turned her around and nudged her in the direction of the bedroom. I'm not comfortable with this, the billionaire said, lowering his voice when his daughter disappeared. Her previous security team didn't think it was necessary for her to stay somewhere else. I do, sir, and with respect, I am the one responsible for her safety. If she does as I say, she'll be safe. You've done this before? Yes, sir. She can be difficult. You're talking about me? Angie returned, wheeling a large suitcase. Her assistant a step behind, pulling an even larger one and carrying several bags on her shoulder. Zeb helped her place them down. Selected one, tossed out its contents, and stuffed several pairs of underclothing, tops, jeans, and other items of everyday wear into it. That's all you'll need. Those aren't enough, she shrieked. Dad, tell him. I need my... You need to stay alive to wear clothes. Both father and daughter flinched at the coldness in Zeb's voice. They looked at his face, then at each other. I guess you should do what he says, honey, Konstantin said. Angie was sullen-faced when she accompanied Zeb and her father to the basement parking lot an hour later. Zeb ahead, heading to his SUV, the daughter behind and the father at the rear. The assistant had remained upstairs. The parking area was well lit, upmarket German and Italian-make vehicles in their bays. No one but them. And then a flash of headlights and the sound of an engine. Zeb tensed, his hand inching closer to his jacket. An SUV drove down the ramp and turned towards them. He relaxed when he recognized it and saw the faces inside. The twins. The vehicle stopped several feet away, the sisters alighting. You. Angie barked, addressing them both. Is this some kind of a joke? He's taking me somewhere with just one bag. Another SUV's doors flung open 20 feet away. 4 masked men jumped out and raced towards them. 2 more emerged from a car to their right. Zeb thrust out his left hand, grabbed the heiress's shoulder, and sent her sprawling to his left between 2 vehicles. Go, he ordered, and saw Hiram Konstantin fling himself on top of his daughter. His weapon leapt to his palm as if connected by invisible strings. His first round took out the lead masked man. Meghan was whirling the moment she heard the vehicle doors open. She sprang to the left, away from Zeb's firing line, Beth diving to the right. Meghan drew her Glock, snapped a shot at an assailant, trained on the one behind him, and fired. Zeb dropped to the floor, triggering rapidly at the men in the middle, knowing the twins would take out those on the sides. He didn't have to tell them. None of them needed directions or signals. They were a well-oiled team, each one performing their part. The men had been hasty in their approach, figuring for a quick, clean grab. They had guns in their hands, but while running, not one had been aimed at Zeb's group. They hadn't been expecting a lightning-fast reaction from Zeb and the sisters, and by the time the last echo of the thunder in the confined space had stopped, 6 bodies lay twitching on hard concrete. Zeb covered Meghan as she got to her feet, approached the prone bodies carefully and checked them. 2 dead, she called out. 4 others got chest and leg wounds. Beth? On it, her sister replied, drawing out her phone to call 911. OMG. Angie's voice trembled as she crept out from between the vehicles and peered over Zeb's shoulder. 1 bag, he told her. That's all you need to live. And this time she climbed into his ride without a word. Chapter 14. The 2 of you did this? Pazaka was wearing an immaculate suit, shoes shined to a mirror polish, not a hair out of place. A cop always had to be presentable. A TV crew could be around the corner. Chong, he always looked like he slept in his suit, which was why Pazaka fronted to the media. He was doing the NYPD a service. Joe Public, on seeing Pazaka on their screens, slept easy knowing the finest of the NYPD's finest had their backs. Zeb was there too. Meghan crossed her arms and bit back a yawn. The cops had arrived soon after Beth's call, ambulance crews hot on their heels. Pazaka and Chong had taken their statements and had taken their weapons yet again. Konstantin stood to one side, color returning to his face as he watched the surviving heavies being escorted by the police to 2 ambulances. I don't see him. Where's Angie Konstantin? He's taken her with him. Where? Pazaka removed his shades. He wore them even when indoors. They completed his look. He didn't say. We need to talk to both of them. I'll let him know. Pazaka brushed Chang's restraining hand and came close. I don't think you know how serious this is. Do you? Beth challenged from behind him. This is the 5th attack now, and you've nothing to show for it. Do you want to bet what you'll find out about these 6 dudes? Zilch. Zeb will come in when it's safe for Angie. She's right, Detective, Konstantin said softly, and Pazaka had no more questions. Beth called Chong the next day, her lips thinning when she heard his reply. Nothing on the men? Meghan asked when she hung up. Nothing. How did they get into the parking lot? It's card entry. They had one. Apartment 402, the one above Angie's. They cloned it, easy enough to do. Those swipe machines aren't very sophisticated. Why didn't they get to her at the apartment before? Why now? That made Beth pause and scrunch her face as she considered the question. The building has more security. A concierge in the lobby, cameras everywhere. Her apartment requires a thumbprint, in addition to key entry. It's higher risk to grab her where she lives. Maybe they're getting desperate, she said slowly. This one's just 2 days after the last attempt. They turned it over in their heads, the comfortable silence in the office broken only by the faint sounds of traffic from outside. A cruiser wailed as it raced past their building, its sound receding as it sped away. Those dudes from Times Square. Meghan went to the ceiling-to-floor windows and watched, the street below a narrow ribbon winding from her right to her left. Did the cops check their prints with Interpol or other agencies? Nope. Let's do that. You updated Chong on Quincy? Yeah, Beth sniggered. He promised he would give Konstantin a hard time. Quincy too. Let's go talk to Carlos. Carlos lived in Brooklyn, in Park Slope, in a 3-bedroom apartment, but he wasn't home. He was in an auto repair shop on Sackett Street, where he rented space for his car collection. I've got 2 now, he said proudly when he met them at the entrance. He led them past cars in various stages of repair, nodding at mechanics, and took them through a door into a large room, empty but for a flaming red 67 Shelby GT500 and a 69 Camaro. I know 2 isn't much, he said with a laugh, but I started just last year. Visited several auctions across the country before I came across these beauties. The sisters wandered around the vehicles, admiring the lines, noting their immaculate condition. Clearly, Carlos wasn't just a buyer, he was an enthusiast. You know why we're here? Meghan asked him finally. Yeah. Carrie gave me a heads up. Why don't we move to the office? They followed him back the way they had arrived, to a glass-fronted cabin that overlooked the repair area. Carlos seated himself behind the manager's desk and, when Beth raised an eyebrow, shrugged deprecatingly. I'm part owner here. The protection business, that won't last forever. He reached into a drawer, drew out a thick file and turned it around for them. Everything about me is in there. My life, my service history, financial records, everything. The cops have a similar copy. They've already cleared me. You don't mind if we check you out for ourselves? Beth hefted the folder and riffled through the pages idly. Be my guest. I heard about yesterday's attempt. You took down 6 of them and weren't even scratched. That's some doing. I asked around. Your firm has a great reputation, but you aren't in the protection business, are you? Nope, Meghan grinned inwardly as he tried to fish for information. Relax, we aren't moving in on your turf. This gig, it's only because we know the commissioner and he asked us. Not a problem. Carlos backed off. Mr. Konstantin paid us well, we've no complaints. They questioned him about the previous attempts, but he didn't have anything new to add. His story matched Carrie's and Quincy's. While they were leaving, Beth kicked a loose pebble in disgust. Surely you didn't think it would be this easy? That these 3 would be involved? Meghan drawled as she drew her shades. Nope, but it looks like we're banging heads on walls, her sister replied morosely as she climbed into their vehicle. Meghan adjusted the mirrors, nosed out of the narrow drive and joined Sackett Street. Across Brooklyn Bridge and on FDR Drive, driving parallel to the river, cutting east to merge on 96th Street. Then she sat up, suddenly alert. Beth noticed, straightened herself. What's up? We've got a tail. Chapter 15. Silver Corolla, Meghan said. 1 car behind. Has been following us since we left the repair shop. Beth didn't make the rookie mistake of twisting her head to look back. Neither of them was a beginner at this, and in any case, such a move wasn't required. The sisters had outfitted all their vehicles with sophisticated gear, armor plating on the body, weapons beneath the floorboards, secure wireless comms, cameras all over. Beth leaned towards the touchscreen on the dash and fiddled with the controls. She brought up their rear view and zoomed in. Spotted the tail immediately. 2 men. Rear's empty. Recognize them? Meghan asked, distracted, as she cut in front of a slow-moving coach. Nope. The Toyota hung back for a moment, raced forward as soon as an opening presented itself and settled on their tail. Plate? Got it. Beth drew out her phone, which was hooked to Werner, and punched in the number. Werner responded in an instant. Owned by Fairchild and Smith. A midtown law firm. Never heard of them. It isn't large. 20 partners. New York-based, What? They represent criminals. Drug dealers. Cartels. They put that up on their website? Meghan exclaimed. No, but Werner identified some of their cases. I don't want to lead them back to our office. So? Meghan turned on her left flasher, stopping in front of a bank. She and Beth hopped out and headed to the entrance, both of them adjusting their shades. Their Ray-Bans were counter-surveillance devices not available in any retail outlet. Each pair had tiny cameras in the stems that projected the rear view onto the lenses. They've stopped, Beth said in her earpiece. Right behind our ride. They entered the bank, made a show of going to the counter and talking to the teller, exited, and midway to their ride broke away and sprinted to the Corolla. Meghan grabbed the rear door, slid in, and jammed her Glock in the driver's neck. A move so smooth and so fast that the driver, a white male with close-cropped hair, had no time to react. Talk or die, she growled as Beth dived in next to her and gouged her weapon into the passenger's side. Hey, the driver shouted, you can't do this. We just did. Who are you and why are you following us? Let's cap them, Beth suggested. They're amateurs. They won't know anything. They won't be missed. We can save our questions for the partners at Fairchild and Smith. Good idea, Meghan agreed, noticing the way the driver stiffened at the mention of the law firm. You got a spare set of clothes? It'll get messy here. Yeah. In our ride. I've got towels in my pocket to wipe our prints. The passenger choked off a moan when Beth jammed her barrel in his side. Stop that, she said, annoyed. You had your chance to tell us who you are. You lost it. You aren't going to kill us, the driver said confidently, trying to look back at them. His head rocked forward when Meghan slashed at his temple. We aren't? Beth asked her sister. Meghan mulled it over, aware that the passenger had held his breath. He's right, she said regretfully, biting a grin when the breath whooshed out of the scared man. However, her voice picked up, we'll do something worse. What's that? Beth played along. You got ties with you? Yeah. Secure his hands. She reached forward with one hand and fastened the driver's hands to the wheel, ending any resistance by savagely jabbing him with her Glock. Here's what we'll do, she announced when both men were secured. We'll tape their mouths shut. Write a note that these men were overpowered by two women. Take photos and videos and upload the whole lot to the internet. Oh, and we'll also send them to their employer. I'll bet we'll get millions of views. No one will employ them again. They'll be the laughingstock of the world, Meghan agreed. Douglas Fairchild, the passenger blurted. Hank, the driver whispered harshly. Ignore him, Hank, Meghan said warmly. Look what partnering with him got you. Fairchild, the broken man whimpered when Beth prodded at him in warning. He frequently hires us to follow people. He gave us your details. How long have you been following us? Meghan asked. From the moment you left your office today. Her face darkened, her barrel pressing hard in the driver's neck. I'm getting sloppy. I should have spotted them earlier. You broke into our office? Menace in her voice. No, Hank whimpered. He asked us to follow you and report back where you had been. Nothing more. Just who are you jokers? Beth asked. Private investigators. Our firm's in Brooklyn, but the law firm gives us most of our business. My license is in my wallet. Lift up, the younger sister ordered, extracting his wallet when Hank raised his butt. She opened it with her left hand and removed his driver's license. Hank Ketchum. The state license was made out to the same name. Who are you? Meghan questioned the driver. Chad Kowalski, he ground out. She reached into Chad's rear pocket and checked his details. He wasn't lying. She nodded at her sister as she stuffed Kowalski's wallet into her pocket. You know who we are. You can tell the cops what happened. She got out, slamming the door on Kowalski's curses. We go to the law firm? Beth joined her on the sidewalk. Yeah. Mr. Douglas Fairchild has questions to answer. Chapter 16. Fairchild and Smith were on the 10th floor of a high-rise on Park Avenue in Murray Hill. It had a private elevator that the sisters managed to get into by following a delivery man. Its reception area conveyed understated luxe. Framed watercolors and oil paintings graced the walls, each illuminated by its own light. Originals, I'll bet, Meghan noted. The carpet on that wall looks Tibetan. Can I help you? A perfectly coiffured woman greeted them from behind a desk. A discreetly mounted earpiece flashed intermittently. Bluetooth. No old-fashioned telephone for this outfit. We're here to meet Douglas Fairchild, Meghan said. The third. Ha. Our managing partner's Douglas Fairchild III, the receptionist explained. I presume he's the one you want to meet. He's the only one with that name in our firm. Yeah. Imaginative name, she mouthed at Beth. Do you have an appointment? No. Please tell him Meghan and Beth Petersen are here. I am sure he'll see us. He doesn't see anyone without an appointment. Meghan lost her patience. Honey, tell your boss his goons didn't succeed. That we are here. I'll bet he'll come out of his office galloping. Douglas Fairchild III didn't gallop. He was statesmanly as he approached them. A man in his 50s, a thick head of black hair slicked back, a pinstripe suit, blinding white shirt, and a knotted silk tie. Everything about him said, "Trust me." Meghan, Beth, he glanced at them. I'm sure you know which one of us is who, Meghan told him bluntly. He pursed his lips and gestured at them to follow him. Fairchild had a corner office, a Van Gogh hanging on one wall, and a mahogany desk that looked like it weighed more than a battle tank. I'm afraid there seems to be some misunderstanding, he began. Save it, Meghan interrupted him. We recorded the discussion we had with your heavies. We can play it for you if you wish. Fairchild didn't move a muscle. He seated himself and pointed at 2 chairs. He deals with criminals. He must be used to aggressive clients. Who hired you? I am not at liberty to tell you, the lawyer said, steepling his fingers. My instructions were to have you followed. Nothing more. No contact was meant to take place. We made contact, Beth chortled. Your men came out second best. Are they the best you've got? Fairchild straightened a folder on his desk, one that needed no straightening. If you came here to find out who my client is, you'll be disappointed. I don't think you know how law firms work. There's something called client confidentiality. Gosh, Beth breathed, giving him a look of admiration. That sounds so lawyerly and important. How would we know things like that? Did you sis? Nope, Meghan replied and brought out her cell, making eye contact with Fairchild. Last chance, she told him. The lawyer didn't break down and reveal. She punched numbers and held the phone to her ear. Mr. Konstantin, it's me. We're in Fairchild and Smith's office, a law firm on Park Avenue. You've heard of them? The managing partner kept watching. They're small and represent criminals mostly. Cartels. Fairchild shifted uneasily at that, but didn't say a word. In your world, sir, I think it's not uncommon for firms to be blacklisted. Yes, sir. If you could spread the word right away, that would be awesome. We wanted to know a particular client of his, but he's gone. Yes, sir. Lawyers are like that. I want to ensure he gets no more clients. Thank you, sir. She hung up, and she and Beth rose without a word. They headed out and were nearing the door when Fairchild spoke up. Was that Hiram Konstantin? Client confidentiality, Beth chuckled. Wait, Fairchild looked flustered when he came around his desk. It can't come out that I said this. That won't wash. Tell him we threatened you. Used physical force. Felix Hidalgo. Who's he? A fence. One of the larger ones in the city. Drug dealer? No. I don't deal with them, said the lawyer, straightening his tie righteously. You represented a cartel. That was just the one time. Never again. Why did Hidalgo come to you? I didn't ask and he didn't tell. He pays a hefty retainer. There was nothing illegal in his request. He gave you our details? Yes. Photographs, address, who you were. Where can we find him? Fairchild hesitated for a moment, then caved in when Meghan started reaching for her phone. In the evenings, he's usually at the Blue River, a bar in the Bronx. He owns it, plays cards with his men in a private room. We'll play with him. Chapter 17. I can't stay here, Angie Konstantin sniffed, cupping a hand over her nose as she inspected the apartment. Zeb had brought her to Woodhaven, Queens, to a terraced house they used occasionally. It had a fenced entrance, street parking, a small garden at the rear, and an exit that opened into a park. The furnishing was Spartan. A couple of couches in the living room, a few books on a table, utilitarian kitchen and bedrooms. It smells, she complained. Why can't we stay in a hotel? He opened the bedroom windows a crack, letting outside air waft in. Checked the intrusion detection systems and security cameras. They worked. Zeb, she stamped her feet. I'm talking to you. Hotels aren't safe, he replied, lowering the blinds at the front and peering through them. He made a note of the vehicles parked. Later he would check who they belonged to. No one seemed to be paying any special attention to the house. No men loitering, no one sitting in a car. He would go out when it became dark and check it out for himself. What do you mean, hotels aren't safe? Angie yelled. I stay in them all the time. They've got good security. Those men came for you in your parking lot. You think hotel security will detect them? We'll be safer here, she snorted. Yes. No one followed us. No one knows we are here. He had confiscated her phone, an event in itself, before leaving, removed its battery and tossed it in his backpack. He had taken a long, circuitous route to get to the house, breaking off into side streets without signaling, doubling back frequently. He was confident they'd had no tails. Hiram Konstantin was under explicit instructions not to make contact, not that he knew Zeb's cell anyway. Zeb would update their status on a website each day, which was the only notification the billionaire would get. He had protested, but Zeb had been unmoved. How long will she be away? As long as it takes, he had replied. Of course, you can call it off any day. Take her back, arrange your own security, release us. He was hoping Konstantin would do just that. Angie will be trouble. The billionaire had been resigned. He had hugged his daughter and watched them depart. There's no TV. Angie wailed from behind. Zeb sighed. He had close protected many in his career. He had a feeling the heiress would turn out to be the most difficult. I hope Beth and Meg crack this quickly. The Blue River was an in-demand establishment, judging by the line outside its doors. It was evening. Westchester Avenue was thick with slow-moving traffic. The bar was at a corner where the avenue merged with a smaller street. There was a long line of commercial establishments next to the joint. A deli, a 99-cent mart, a saloon, several others. Hidalgo had done up the front of the bar to distinguish it from the otherwise drab-looking stores on the street. A red carpet extended from its entrance. Suited heavies and doormen to greet patrons. Large darkened windows, the muted sound of throbbing music. Meghan drove to the rear street, which was quieter. A restaurant that didn't look like it saw much traffic. Lines of cars parked on both sides as far as the eye could see, and residences. The rear of the bar was cut away from the street, a small backyard leading to yet another set of dark windows. The sidewalk and the yard were separated by a waist-level concrete wall. The back side had a delivery entrance, which too was busy. She found parking in front of an empty house, and the sisters headed back to the Blue River. They showed NYPD IDs that the commissioner had provided, and on entering the establishment realized why it was popular. There was live jazz, and a wall-mounted program promised well-known local acts later. They went to the bar and ordered drinks while they checked out the crowd. A mix of college kids and office workers, a few families. Well-spaced tables, and the menu boasted several choices. Hidalgo owns it. Meghan sipped her drink and gave a cold stare to the man who smiled at her. Nope. An entertainment company does. Beth sent a message to Mark and pocketed her phone. You should date, you know. It's good to have someone in your life. I date, Meghan objected. Yeah, her sister sniffed. You give casual a new definition. You should. We aren't here to discuss my love life. Zeb? Beth showed her cell to Meghan, a green dot centered in the map of the Bronx. He's in position. All of them had GPS tags in their clothing and shoes. Werner tracked those and alerted them of any unusual activity. He's got a cell? Disposable. He'll let us know when he needs to. How many entrances? Meghan pointed her drink in the general direction of the tables. Another man down the bar took that as an invitation and started moving towards them. Her glacial look stopped him and he turned away, flushing. 3. The main one through which we entered. Beth sniggered at the byplay. A VIP one at the side, and the one for deliveries at the rear. Meghan checked out the bar again. A hallway to the right of the bar led to the restrooms, however, there was another passage to the right. They finished their drinks and drifted to that hallway. They turned a corner and entered a large games room. A pool table, giant screens showing various sporting events, another bar, men and women lounging on couches. Beth pointed to a discreet corridor, off the end of the room. Several doors opened onto it, outside one stood a heavy. "Jackpot," Beth whispered. "I think." The man stiffened when they approached him. "NYPD," Meghan said authoritatively, flashing her credentials. "You'll have to wait," the heavy growled. "The NYPD waits for no one." She shouldered past him and barged through the door. She and Beth spread out on entering the room, taking in the scene swiftly. 6 men at a table, half-full glasses next to them. Cigar smoke in the air. A thick-set man, Hidalgo, his laugh dying at their entrance. Meghan smiled, grabbed a chair and squeezed between 2 men opposite the fence and sat down. "We'd like to play too." Chapter 18. There was a split second of silence, and then the room exploded. Several men rose, their chairs falling behind them. The heavy rushed inside the room. Hidalgo didn't react. He had a thin smile, a light in his eyes. He waited till his men were done shouting. "I don't think they're here to kill us." He dismissed the bodyguard and nodded at his men. They looked uncertainly at him and filed out of the room when he raised his eyebrows. "I wasn't expecting you," he said, puffing on his cigar, a man confident in his environment. "Obviously," Meghan drawled. "Why were you having us followed?" "I wasn't." "Hidalgo," she said wearily, "you don't look like a stupid man. You are the largest fence in the Bronx, the 4th or 5th largest in the city depending on who's counting. The cops have tried to arrest you several times, but they have never been able to gather evidence. So you are smart. Apply those smarts. If we're here, we know you were behind it." Hidalgo puffed. Sipped deep from his glass and sighed. "Maker's Mark, best American bourbon. Tried it?" "We don't drink whiskey." "It was just business. Those men weren't supposed to hurt you." "They didn't." "What kind of business?" "I can't tell you. You know how it is. But I can tell you this, I wasn't directly involved." "What does that mean?" Meghan considered his words, thinking of their implications. "Someone else asked you to," she guessed. "Ah, you're smart too," Hidalgo nodded approvingly. "Who?" The fence spread his hands. "Can't tell you." "Felix, you're just a petty criminal," she said insolently. "Don't hold yourself up to high standards. Why don't you save yourself a heap of trouble?" "Criminal?" Hidalgo laughed. "I run a distribution business. The cops have checked it several times and found it satisfactory." Meghan couldn't help smiling at his chutzpah. "I think I could like this dude. Shame he's a fence." "We aren't the cops, however." Beth walked over to the bar in the far corner and inspected the bottles. She poured wine into 2 glasses and handed one to her sister. "I'm sure you checked us out before you called Fairchild. We aren't ordinary security consultants." "You have a good reputation," Hidalgo admitted, amused at the way they helped themselves. "We can do things that the law can't. Like disrupt your distribution business." "That's a threat?" "Yeah." "I don't like threats. We don't like people who have us followed." "What's in it for me?" "You have a warehouse on the East River. That's one of your largest ones, right?" Werner had confirmed the links to the warehouse and the fence. In addition, it had identified 3 others, in different parts of the city. Hidalgo blinked, the cigar forgotten. How do you know that? It's our job to know. In half an hour, it'll blow up. The fire services will find that it was arson. But the cops won't investigate too hard. After all, you're a criminal. They'll figure you had it coming. The fence yelled at his men, who came bursting into the room. He fired instructions at them in Spanish, and when they had left, took a larger puff. You shouldn't have done that. Beth brought out her cell. She touched the screen, turned it around so Hidalgo could see it, and showed him a countdown clock. I'll blow it up right now. You're bluffing, the criminal blustered. Why don't we find out? Her thumb hovered over her phone. Wait. Another yell, at which his men entered again. Another round of instructions that didn't register on them. Call them off, you fools, Hidalgo shrieked. His heavies left the room to follow his commands. Tomorrow, the warehouse in Queens will go up. The day after. I'll kill you, Hidalgo threatened. Possible, Beth acknowledged, but there are two things you need to consider. A finger shot out from her palm. One, we aren't that easy to kill. Many people have tried, and while we're still around, they aren't. Another finger extended. If you do manage, you'll have to deal with our partners. Partners? You must have seen the names on our firm's website. Our partners. I'm recording this call. It's getting stored in our servers. Our friends know where we are, who we are with, and what we're talking about. Believe me, you don't want to deal with them. Hidalgo emptied his glass and wiped his lips. His eyes turned calculating, his face returning to its normal color. His name is Nikolai. Who is he? Nikolai what? Just Nikolai. I used to move stuff for him 5 years back. What kind of stuff? Turn off that counter, he demanded. She obliged. Stop recording. She killed it. Your cell, he asked Meghan. It's turned off, she replied and showed it to him. This is Beth's show. Weapons, Hidalgo said when he was satisfied. I used to move military assault rifles for him. He imported them. I stored them in my warehouses and shipped them to wherever he needed them. Why did he come to you? Meghan took over the questioning. I have a reputation, in some circles. I run the best network in the country. You're nationwide? Yes, Hidalgo boasted. The cops don't know that. It won't do them any good even if you tell them. Tell us about Nikolai. There's nothing much to tell. I met him only once. Dark night. Rain. We met at my warehouse. He was wearing a coat and a hat. Never saw his face properly. It was white pale. That much I know. How did you know it was him? He looked at her pityingly. We have protocols. Passphrases. Certain things to be done and said before a meeting. He cleared all that. Plus, he brought the money. Why did he stop working with you? Hidalgo raised his hands helplessly. I don't know. I don't ask my clients why. How did he approach you this time? Hidalgo reached into his jacket, stopped when 2 Glocks appeared. My phone, he said. Carefully, Meghan warned. He brought out his cell and fiddled with it. You aren't the only ones who record, he said and pressed a button. Hidalgo, it's me. Nikolai. Yes. How are you, my friend? The voice asked disinterestedly. Male voice, Meghan noted. Bland. She and Beth had come across enough accents for her to place it. Russian or East European. Beth had placed it too, going by her expression. The pleasantries didn't last long. I need to have 2 women followed, the voice stated. Nikolai, I don't do that kind of work. You will, for me. I have paid in advance. Check your account. Who are these women? Beth Petersen and Meghan Petersen. They have an office on Columbus Avenue. Follow them from when? Tomorrow. For how long? I'll tell you. You'll call again? Yes. Nikolai, following isn't. The call ended. He hung up on me. That call. 2 nights back. We were followed yesterday, Meghan mused. We went to Fairchild this morning. Has he called? No. What will you tell him when he calls? The truth. That you found out about your tales. But he won't call. Why not? Hidalgo eyed them slyly. You don't know, do you? It happened just before you entered this room. What happened? Fairchild's men have filed a report with the cops. Nikolai has people everywhere. Even in the NYPD. He'll know at once that those two were following you. He won't call. He'll distance himself. If he does, you'll let us know. Beth said. It wasn't a request. No. Next thing you'll want to tap my phone. Our transaction ends here. They stared at him. He looked back. There are other ways to find out if he calls, Meghan thought. Beth took her cue from her sister's lowered shoulder and didn't push it. That number, let me make a note of it, the younger sister asked. Hidalgo read it back for her. It won't do you much good. In our world we use. We know how your world operates. What else do you know of him? Nothing more than what I told you. The account he pays from? You'll have to come back with a warrant, Hidalgo said, his face hardening. And even then it won't help you. He'll have several accounts. Some will be set up just for a few days for specific transactions. We can still blow up your warehouse. Go ahead. I fear Nikolai more than you. Meghan looked at him sharply. Yes, the fence nodded. He's the most dangerous man I have ever known. You have seen him kill? No. I haven't seen him with a weapon. But I am a good judge of people. Nikolai is cold-blooded, ruthless, and the smartest man I know. We have a network. Very few have heard of him, but those who have agree with me. Where is he based? Good luck with that, Hidalgo laughed scornfully. Nikolai is not in this country. We are done. Why didn't you use your own men? Why go to Fairchild? For following you? The fence snorted. My men have better things to do. Fairchild has PIs on retainer. Easier to use them. It would also distance you to an extent. It didn't work, did it? You're here. Meghan tossed him her card. Call us if you hear from Nikolai. The fence didn't reach for it, and it fluttered to the floor. He rose and hustled them out of the room. Where are the explosives? Beth smiled sweetly at him. There aren't any. We played you. Chapter 19. He's right. Beth checked her phone when Meghan nosed the vehicle out of Blue River's driveway. Ketchum and Kowalski have reported us to the cops. I have several missed calls from Chong. Aha, Meghan grunted, her mind still on Hidalgo's revelations. What will we tell them? Who? Pazaka and Chong. Are you paying attention? Oh, them. We'll tell them the truth. The 2 cops were in their cruiser when the sisters arrived at their office. Beth tapped their window and woke Chong up. New York's finest, sleeping on the job. We clocked off a couple of hours back, the officer said as he got out and stretched. Who have you been badgering today? We tried your cells and when you didn't answer, figured you were busy being your annoying selves. You don't think much of us, do you? Meghan led them to the elevator. Well, Chong replied, I wouldn't say that. You put down some badasses, and we get credit for that. That's a plus for sure. Chong and Pazaka were good friends despite the former's words and the latter's aloof attitude. It had taken a while for the sisters to warm up to Pazaka, but once they got to know him, they'd accepted him. Where were you? The smartly dressed cop asked as they entered the office. He still had his shades on, and his shoes gleamed despite the late hour. There could be a TV crew in the twins' office. One never knew. A good cop was always prepared. We met Hidalgo, Beth replied, and chuckled when Chang's mouth turned into an O. They brought the cops up to speed, over coffee and cookies. Nikolai. Chang scratched his head. We haven't heard of him, have we? He looked at his partner, who shook his head. Neither have we. But it's not an uncommon name. Nothing about this case makes any sense. Beth kicked her shoes off in disgust and wiggled her toes. But at least we have a name and a number for him. What about those heavies in the parking lot? Nothing on them, Chang said, shaking his head mournfully. Low-level heavies usually have rap sheets. None of those involved in these attempts have one. Baffling. What about other agencies? We're waiting for a response. None of them had anything on the previous hitters. What Hidalgo said about Nikolai having informers. Possible, Chang confessed. We'll inform the commissioner. He might bring in the IAB, but there isn't much to go on. The IAB, Internal Affairs Bureau, was tasked with protecting the NYPD's integrity. Chang's right, Meghan thought. We don't even have Nikolai's full name. What about Ketchum and Kowalski, she asked. We have taken your statement. Chang waved a blank page on his notepad. If you pay them off for damages, this will disappear. I think that's best. It's their ego that's hurt. Meghan considered it, and then nodded. She didn't like settling with the PIs, but Chang was right. We did assault them. In any case, we have a fund for such contingencies. We'll run that number for you, Chang offered, poised to note it down. We'll do that ourselves, but can you look into arms dealers going back 5 years? The NYPD exists to serve the Petersen sisters, Chang said in mock sarcasm. Zeb? Pazaka broke his silence. Beth couldn't help giggling. He's enjoying Angie Konstantin's company. Zeb would have smiled reluctantly if he had heard Beth's description. He was in the living room of the Woodhaven house, which had finally fallen quiet after Angie had disappeared into her room. She had griped all day about the lack of entertainment, being cut off from her friends, the lack of activity. You don't even talk, she had shouted at him. I do. That's not conversation. She had stomped her foot. He had prepared a simple dinner for them, beans, rice, slices of chicken in a thick gravy. She had looked at her plate dubiously, an eyebrow rising when she found it palatable. Where did you learn to cook? I live alone, he said, as if that explained it. No wife, she cocked her head and looked at his left hand. No ring. No girlfriend? Boyfriend? He ignored her. He had checked out all the cars on the street, many of them registered to the houses on the avenue. Have your friends found anything? It's too early. I thought they were good. They are. I can see why you are alone, she said spitefully. Zeb didn't rise to the bait. She flung herself on the couch after dinner and flicked through a magazine, throwing angry glances at him as he read a book. Is this how you spend your time? Yes. She glared at him as she put in earbuds and turned the music volume to high on her iPod, the only device Zeb permitted for her. Her irritation disappeared as she lost herself in the lyrics, her head bobbing, foot tapping, eyes closed. An hour later she mumbled inarticulately and disappeared into her room. Zeb checked the windows. All quiet on the outside. He took out a burner phone and called Meghan on a number she had messaged him. They would be using throwaway phones and numbers to communicate with one another until they closed the case. You're alive? Her rich, warm voice washed over him. Yeah. She's difficult? You can say that. With you right now? Nope. Gone to bed. She briefed him swiftly on developments and waited for his reaction. What if Nikolai calls Hidalgo? Hidalgo is sure he won't. In any case, we'll bug the Blue River tonight. However, it won't be of any use if that dude makes contact elsewhere. It's the best you can do, Zeb said. Those PIs, they could be checking out your routine. Once Nikolai knew that, he could attack Beth and Meghan. That's assuming it's him behind all these attempts. We'll be careful, Meghan reassured him, knowing where he was going. How long will you be there? 2 nights. The day after, I'll move. He lay down on the couch when he had hung up and stared at the ceiling for a while, but it had no answers. The attack came at 2 a.m. Chapter 20. The front window splintered, and a dark shape came through it. Zeb was awake in an instant, diving to the floor, rolling desperately as rounds blew out the cushions and tracked him. His Glock came to his hand, and he fired over his shoulder, crawling towards the dining table, a stout wooden piece. A round singed his back. He ignored it. Just one shooter. No attempts to go upstairs. A voice screamed. Angie's. Stay inside, he roared. She squeaked a response which he took for a yes. The attacker changed mags as he came deeper into the living room. He was moving cautiously, trying to get Zeb in his sights. Zeb lunged off the floor, triggering blindly in the general direction of the intruder, crashed into the table, rolled over it, fell to the floor and with a heave turned it to its side. Now I've got cover. The shooter had sprayed the floor as he followed Zeb's dive, and now he was peppering the table. He was expecting his rounds, an AR-15, Zeb guessed, to penetrate the furniture and get through. He fired left to right. Exclaimed in surprise and then ducked when Zeb sent a chair flying, throwing with one hand. This attack doesn't make sense. Angie could escape through the window. Why isn't the shooter worried about that? Zeb got his answer when a second dark figure raced from within the kitchen and headed to the stairs. He threw another chair, snapped a rapid look, saw the shooter swiveling in his direction, 7 or 8 feet away, well away from the flying furniture. And then Zeb kicked at the table with all his strength. It slid on carpet, a heavy missile already slowing down, but it drew the shooter's attention, who poured rounds at it, none of which penetrated. And then Zeb was firing, his Glock sounding like rolling thunder, triggering from the side of the table, using memory to place the shooter, hearing the slap of rounds hitting flesh. An eye on the second shadow, who was now up the stairs, who wasn't firing, but held something long and angular in his hand. Zeb grabbed his second Glock, which had been tucked behind his waist, and dived to the side after leaving the cover of the table. The shooter was falling, and that saved Zeb. Still, a round burned his shoulder and another whizzed past his cheek. His Glock spoke thrice, slamming into the attacker, putting him down. Zeb fired one last round at the first intruder's forehead, dug into his pocket for a spare mag, changed it mid-leap as he dived over the fallen body and rushed up the stairs. Lock your door, he shouted. A scream from Angie, but he heard the bolt sliding through. The second figure was nearing the landing. A short hallway that led to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Angie was in the largest room to the left, which had its own bath. Need him alive. The masked head looked back at Zeb, who attempted a dive on the steps. He landed heavily, groaning as the carpeted edges dug into his ribs. But he got his left hand on the attacker's leg. It slowed the assailant, who attempted to kick Zeb off. Zeb lost his hold, but the grab bought him time, and he lunged again and grabbed the intruder's clothing, something thick and heavy, and pulled. The man grunted, whirled around and slammed the stock of his rifle toward Zeb's face, but he turned just in time to take the blow on his shoulder. The force of it sent him crashing to the floor, and for one moment the intruder stood at full height, looking down from the landing. That was the opening Zeb needed. He brought his Glock up and sent 3 rounds through the body mass of the shooter, who collapsed and rolled down the stairs. Zeb slithered out of the way, fired again to be sure, and then leaned against a wall to catch his breath. He straightened when he heard a sound at the top. A bolt sliding. Is it over? Angie's trembling voice. Yeah, but stay inside until I call you. Oh my God, I haven't ever been so scared, hyperventilating, adrenaline hitting her. Stay inside. Stay quiet. She sobbed, but the bolt slid back and her door stayed shut. Zeb got to his feet and cocked his head when he heard a siren in the distance. A neighbor must have called in. He checked the shooter in the living room. He seemed to be the more dangerous. Dead. He checked the man who had been climbing the stairs. Dead. He loaded both his Glocks as he stood in the darkness of the living room and peered out of the broken window. Houses were lit up, and a couple of heads were peering out cautiously. No one on the street. He went through the hallway leading to the kitchen, Glock raised. The rear door was open, a large hole where the lock had been. Second shooter must have come through the park, cut that hole while the first one kept me busy or killed me. Angie's room had a window that overlooked the rear. He ran up the stairs and knocked on her door. Angie? The bolt slid back, the door shot open, and a shivering, shuddering woman grabbed him tight. Is it over? Tossa zounds. I couldn't breath. I was so scared. He held her until her shivering subsided and her sniffling stopped. She stepped back embarrassed and wiped her eyes with her fists. He brushed past her and went inside her room. Bed showing signs she had been sleeping. Her earbuds snaking out from beneath the pillow. He killed the light, caught her by the shoulder and nudged her to a side wall. Never stand in front of a window. Until this blows over. She didn't protest. He stood to the side and looked out. Nothing that he could see. Just the night enveloping the rear yard and the park beyond. There could be an army there, and I wouldn't see it. The house was lit suddenly by flashing blue and red as cruisers rolled up. Stay here, he told her and went down the stairs, threw his Glocks to the floor and raised his hands as flashlights hit him and cops aimed weapons at him. Someone sighed. Beats me how you stay alive. Pizaka stepped through the armed officers. I know him, he told the cops. He's working with us. Zeb lowered his hands and squinted when the lights came on suddenly. Turned on by Chong, who stood silently, chewing his lower lip, hands on hips, as he surveyed the wreckage that was the living room. Angie, he asked. Safe. Upstairs. How many? Zeb pointed at the two bodies. Just them. He stood back for more cops to enter. One came through the front. That one at the bottom of the stairs came through the rear. Chong grunted and walked through the house. Pizaka stood still, his shades flashing in the light, observing, saying nothing. Sir, a cop called out, drawing Chong back. This one. The officer leaned over the second shooter, whose mask had slipped off as he slid down the steps. I recognize him. Chong sucked his breath sharply when he bent over the dead man. Just when I thought this couldn't get any worse. Who is it? Pizaka asked sharply. That's Terence Kloops. Chapter 21. The millionaire? Zeb asked, stunned. Yeah. He came to one of our fundraisers last month. I spoke to him for a few minutes. Chong, are you sure? Pizaka joined his partner. He's correct, sir, answered the officer who had drawn their attention. I recognize him too. Why the hell is a man like that involved in all of this? Nobody had an answer to Pizaka's question. 2 hours later, the crowd remained the same size, but with different people. A forensic team had arrived, as had Meghan and Beth. Hiram Konstantin, Angie's assistant, and someone who introduced himself as their lawyer were present too. Angie was huddled with her father. The twins were with Zeb, sipping from paper cups of coffee. This isn't what we were expecting when we got your call, Zeb, Beth said, her eyes twinkling. Kloops makes headlines every day. He'll have another one tomorrow. Not that he'll be around to enjoy it. Kloops had made his money in real estate speculation. He had been a flamboyant figure who courted the limelight by dating glamorous models and Hollywood stars. In his business life, he was rumored to play fast and loose with the law, but nothing had been proven. There were dark mutterings of threats, blackmail, physical assault on both business associates and the women he dated. However, no one had filed a police complaint or gone public, at least in the U.S. He was suspected of having mob links, and there were claims that he'd had a falling out with a mafia boss who had funded him initially. None of that could be proven, and the millionaire himself refused to answer any such questions. 2 South American countries had arrest warrants for him, for allegedly killing prostitutes in sexual acts. Neither country had an extradition treaty with the U.S. South Africa had shut down his business interests in that country because of bribery and corruption claims. "What can I say?" he used to respond, flashing a megawatt smile whenever confronted by reporters. "I am a soft target just because I am rich and visible. I am innocent of all charges." "You knew him?" Zeb asked Konstantin when the billionaire came towards them. The father's face was gray, bags under his eyes, his hair, normally perfectly groomed, was now tousled. "I met him a few times." Konstantin didn't look at the body. "He approached me with a plan, redevelopment of a waterfront complex in Florida. A big project. Offices, houses, water parks. I turned him down." "Why?" "His reputation." "Those accusations were true?" Chong asked, the cops listening in with interest. "No idea. However, no one in my circle did business with him. We didn't need the baggage. We'll need details of those meetings." "Of course." "Did your daughter meet him?" "No. I asked her." "Why would he do this?" Konstantin asked, his voice shaking. "We'll find out, sir," Meghan promised him. "I hope," she thought bleakly. "The previous attacks didn't get us anywhere." "There's no we anymore," the father stated. "Kloops is dead. No doubt he was behind the previous attacks. I won't be needing you anymore. I'm sure the cops will investigate and find out his motivation." Meghan stared at him, aware that Beth was turning red in the face at Konstantin's abruptness. Pazaka looked at the floor. Chong found something fascinating in the ceiling. Zeb was his usual expressionless self. "What?" the billionaire rumbled in the ensuing silence. "It isn't over, sir." Pazaka removed his shades. "We don't know Kloops was the mastermind. Until we know that." Konstantin sighed heavily, his face drawn. "This will go on for some time?" "If you mean Angie should be." "You said she would be safe," the father rounded angrily on Zeb. "I shouldn't have listened to all of you." "She's not harmed in any way, sir," Zeb stiffened. "Yeah?" Konstantin laughed mirthlessly. "This," he gestured at the mayhem in the house, "is what you call safe?" "Dad?" Everyone looked at Angie, her eyes flashing, hair rippling as she strode over to them. "Meghan is right. Zeb too. He would have died before these 2 men got to me." "That doesn't make me feel better," her father argued. "It is more than what Carrie, Carlos or Quincy would have done. I was with them. I was just a day with Zeb. I can see the difference." "Whoa. Is this the same spoiled heiress who didn't want to go along with us?" Meghan's eyes narrowed, wondering if the daughter was playing some kind of game. "You sure, honey?" Konstantin was eyeing her doubtfully, apparently having the same thought Meghan had. "I can hire another firm. Have an army around you." "I don't need an army. I trust Beth and Meghan and Zeb." "Maybe you should listen to your father," Zeb told her, moving out of the way of white-coated technicians. "If these attacks continue, and we should assume they will, these people need to get lucky just once. I'll take my chances." "Honey. It's my life, Dad." "I don't talk," Zeb reminded her. "I know," Angie's lips quirked. "We'll still be hiding out in such houses until we get to the bottom of these attempts." "I guess that." "What's changed your mind?" Meghan gave her a searching look. "You weren't exactly thrilled when your father appointed us." "Those 3 dudes," Angie began. "Carrie, Carlos, Quincy," she clarified when she saw the frowns on the sisters' faces. "They weren't my first protection detail. I had a few others. There's something Zeb did that the others didn't." "Enlighten us," Beth demanded. "Well, it's something he didn't do." Get to it, Angie, the younger sister couldn't help sighing. Zeb didn't stare at my ass. Beth rolled her eyes while Pazaka gasped and Chong snorted. Sir, it's your decision, she told Hiram Konstantin. It's mine, Angie asserted. The three of you stay. And with that, Hiram Konstantin folded. You figured out how? Beth asked Zeb. How what? Angie asked, confused. How did these shooters know you were here? Chapter 22. Beats me, Zeb admitted. I've been thinking of that for a while. Meghan raised a warning finger and pointed towards the kitchen. Beth caught on immediately and herded father and daughter to that room as Pazaka, Chong and Zeb followed. Why are we here? Konstantin asked. Meghan looked out at the bunch of cops and technicians in the living room. Hidalgo had told them Nikolai had snitches in the NYPD. Konstantin doesn't need to know that. Quieter here, Zeb replied. Angie's phone is with me. Dead. It can't be traced. Nothing on her clothing. I checked. They could have followed you? The father asked. No, sir. We took elaborate precautions. I'll say, Angie snorted, remembering the complex route Zeb had taken before arriving at the safe house. Your vehicle's distinctive, the billionaire persisted, referring to Zeb's SUV. We weren't followed. That vehicle wasn't tracked, Zeb said flatly. He wasn't going into how he was sure. So how? Meghan asked. I don't. Zeb trailed off, his eyes widening as they landed on Angie. Hey, she protested when he snatched the ever-present handbag hanging off her shoulder. He dumped its contents on the floor and crouched. Lipstick, breath fresheners, makeup kit, a pen, a diary, a wallet. He riffled through the last item and went through all the cards it was carrying. No tracking device in the bag. He fingered its soft leather sides. Smooth. Nothing uneven. He felt its bottom. It was thick and stiff. Some kind of board around which the leather had been stitched. His knife appeared, and to Angie's accompanying yell, he slashed the bag's bottom and yanked out the flooring board. Turned it over, and there it was. He held it up for the others to see. A shiny disc neatly embedded in the board. What's that? Konstantin breathed, fascinated. A GPS tracker. That's how they knew where she was at any time. The bag was the only item I didn't search. My mistake. How did it get there? I never go anywhere without my bag, Angie said. I don't know how that device. This isn't your bag. Meghan cut her off. This is a duplicate. Someone switched your bag with it. I bet you leave yours unattended for periods of time. At restaurants. With friends who might get distracted, many such times. Beth and I, we used to do the same. Until we joined the agency. Switched. You know how much the original cost? Angie demanded. We were just beginning to like you, Meghan told her coldly, at which the daughter flushed. Is that how they knew where I was? She asked softly. Yeah. Besides, they had you followed for a while and knew your routine. Won't they know I am here? She asked fearfully. They, Meghan pointed to the living room, are dead. You said some mastermind could be behind this, Angie replied heatedly. Yes. But whoever that is will not attack now. Not when this place is bristling with cops. A loud sound silenced them. Zeb smashing the device with a hammer he had found in the kitchen. You need anything else from us? He asked Pazaka and Chong. No. Pazaka put on his shades and straightened his tie. There were media trucks outside, reporters and camera people. It was time for his show to begin. In that case, Zeb caught Angie's elbow and led her through the rear exit and out of the house. Beth and Meghan regrouped in their office later in the day, after a brief nap. There were no more updates from Chong on the night's events. The second shooter was not in the system, and no one had come forward to identify him. He had nothing for them on the parking lot and Times Square attacks. Beth set Werner to look into Terrence Kloop's while Meghan made them coffee. As the aroma of Jamaican Blue Mountain filled the room, the sisters went to a concealed safe in a wall and brought out an array of tools. A miniature cell tower that looked like a roof-mounted TV antenna. Grips, gloves, wire cutters, surveillance devices, gear that would delight a cat burglar. Pazaka will have a stroke if he knows what we're planning, Beth smirked as she loaded the tools in a backpack. Aha, Meghan replied distractedly. What's on your mind? Hidalgo said something about a network. I remember. He said no one had come across anyone more dangerous than Nikolai. Perhaps we should talk to this network. I like how you think, sis. You'll like this idea as well then, Meghan said with a smirk. Fancy calling Andropov? Why? Interpol came back. The men in the parking lot. They were Russian criminals. They came into the country a week before the attack. Chapter 23. Grigor Andropov ran a secretive outfit in Moscow that was similar to the agency. Zeb and he were good friends, and on meeting the sisters, Andropov had become yet another member of their fan club. He was an inch taller than Zeb in his late 50s, but he looked a decade younger. He was lean, had short dark hair that had started to gray, and his green eyes were smiling when the sisters brought him up on a video call. Zeb is working you hard, no? Come to Moscow. I'll work for you. It's too cold there, Grigor. Besides, Zeb works for us, Beth chuckled. He just doesn't know it. In reality, while Zeb was the lead operative of the agency, there was no hierarchy. The team worked as a single unit, a family. You didn't call me just to talk, Andropov said when they had finished with the pleasantries. Is this related to Angie Konstantin? Dang it, Beth fumed in mock anger. How did you know about that? There's enough media coverage about the attacks on her. In the latest one, there was a mention of 2 women PIs. No names were mentioned, but... Yeah, we're involved, Beth admitted, which is why we called. She broke down the entire timeline for him and waited while he turned it over in his mind. Nikolai? That's all Hidalgo gave you? Yeah. There was the number he called from, but that's a dead end. A burner phone probably, she grimaced, knowing where he was coming from. There would be thousands of Nikolai in Russia. His name doesn't ring a bell, Andropov replied, but that only means he is so good he hasn't crossed my radar. You want me to ask around? Yeah, and there's something else. Those 6 men who attacked us in her building's basement? They are Russian. Interpol sent us the details. Share them with me. I can check out who hired them. There will be cutouts, Meghan warned. Of course, but the underground world isn't large. I can find someone who can be persuaded to talk, Andropov replied. Despite the tense relationship between Russia and the U.S., Zeb and Andropov regularly pooled intel and assisted each other on cases. National security mattered, but so did global safety. Beth emailed the Russian the identities of the 6 hitters, and then brought up security camera footage at JFK. Werner had face recognition software built in, and it took a mere few minutes to scan through the huge dataset to identify the Russians. They traveled in a group, making no attempt to conceal their faces. The footage ended when they exited the airport's concourse. No one met them, she said in disappointment. Not that we could see, Meghan corrected her. Try checking street cameras. That hasn't been very successful. And it would take a long time. We have time. Beth gave Werner new instructions and opened Hidalgo's folder. He's got shell companies and accounts all over the place. Standard operating procedure, Meghan grunted over her shoulder. Did you check the money trail? Yes. Werner's referenced the payments received 5 years back. We have to assume a lot was paid in cash. There are 2 payments. She tapped the screen. One came from a bank in Bermuda, the other from a Russian one. Would Nikolai be that obvious? If he's got an ego, yeah. You're looking into them? Yes. She looked at her sister in irritation. Did you find anything about Kloops? It looks like I'm the only one doing some work. Oh, ye of little faith, Meghan replied smugly, as she turned her screen around to face Beth. You want to know who he dated? No. Her sister thumped her desk. Anything on why he suddenly turned killer? No, Meghan admitted. His financials are complex and will take some time to unravel. He has accounts all over the world and moves money regularly. So far, Werner hasn't found anything suspicious. He was a gun nut. A collection in his house, assault rifles and the like. What about his? We've hacked into his emails and phone records. No red flag there either. There's one thing, however. What? He was a gamer. Bought a ton of them regularly. Those violent shoot-'em-up ones. That doesn't mean anything, Beth said in disgust. He was also part of a gaming community. Again means nothing. This was underground. Beth swiveled her chair and rocked back, her eyes closed. You mean in the darknet? Websites in the darknet weren't accessible to Jane or Joe public. Not unless they had the links, and even then there were hoops to jump through. These were invariably illegal sites that criminals operated for their businesses. Payments were made with cryptocurrency and were virtually untraceable. For all his security, he saved the link and his password in a draft email. Meghan typed in the URL and logged into the site. A pop-up appeared and asked a series of verification questions that she answered. You've done your homework, Beth acknowledged. I always do. And then the pop-up turned on her machine's camera. She shut down the site before the video could load and steepled her fingers. I haven't got past that security check. Beth's silence didn't last long. She leaned forward, her fingers flashing over her keyboard. What? She held a finger up imperiously to silence her sister and continued working. An hour later, she settled back. Now bring that site up on my machine. Meghan brought the link up and ran through the verification steps. Beth brushed her hands away when the pop-up loaded the camera and pressed a key. What are you doing? Meghan cried, ducking and pushing her away when their images appeared on the screen. Relax, Beth wheeled her chair back to her machine. Meghan's protest died when the gaming site loaded. What did you do? I spliced a video together from Kloop's public appearances. Inserted our office backdrop, she raised her right palm, high-fived her sister and turned back to the site. There's nothing here, she muttered in disgust, after studying it for a while and navigating through the menu. It's like an auction-based shoot-'em-up game. The players bid for taking down targets, all of them make-believe. The price depends on the value of the target. It goes up when players bid for the same target, and who bids the most wins. What has that got to do with Angie? Nothing. She went to a discussion forum where players talked about the game and boasted about their kills. Why is it underground in that case? Because it's violent? I'll need to study it some more. Don't we have to get somewhere? Meghan straightened when she glanced at her watch. Let's go. It was time to bug Hidalgo's bar. Chapter 24. It was dark by the time they reached the Blue River. The driveway was packed, and a stream of revelers was entering the joint when they arrived. The sisters were dressed in jeans and hoodies, beneath which they wore black skin suits. Their backpacks in the rear seat, their weapons on their bodies. Meghan drove around Westchester Avenue and headed to the quieter street. The restaurant had long since closed, a dim light at its front illuminating a wall-mounted menu. A delivery van rumbled to the rear of the Blue River, and workers hustled as they unloaded crates of drinks. She parked down the street, facing the back entrance of the bar. We wait, she announced. She adjusted her seat, lowered its backrest, and closed her eyes. At 3 a.m., her eyes opened. The city was quiet. It never slept, and there was still the muted growl of traffic from Westchester Avenue, but it was much quieter. She pointed a thermal imager at the bar, which was lit from the interior. No humans present. They probably leave the lights turned on. She nudged Beth, who woke up immediately, brushed her eyes and stifled a yawn. They removed their outer clothes and exited softly, making sure the SUV's doors didn't thunk shut loudly. No dome light appeared, because they never turned it on. Beth brought out a device and ran around the perimeter of the bar. Shook her head when she returned. No motion sensors in the backyard. They scaled the small wall and waited. No alarms rang, no lights turned on. The backyard had a neatly maintained garden. Sprinklers turned on and off, watering the lawn. The dark windows at the back cut off most light from inside. But there was a couple of pale glows high up, which flickered. Meghan held her hand up. Beth stopped. They studied the light for a moment. TVs, the elder sister mouthed. On reaching the rear walls, they came across their first problem. Meghan had figured on climbing over the windows and getting to the roof. However, the glass was fitted with intrusion detection alarms. No idea what make they are. Some of them go off if pressure is applied. To her left, a wall separated the deli's rear from the Blue River. No idea what's over there. We'll lose time if we check it out. To her right, the sides of the bar curved around the corner. No windows, just a concrete surface. They could climb that surface, however it faced Westchester Avenue. Passing traffic would illuminate them. What if we're quick? Beth's shoulder bumped her and went ahead, making the decision for her. The wall was 20 feet high, not insurmountable. The sisters tightened their backpacks, secured their Glocks in their shoulder holsters, and climbed rapidly using suction grips. They froze at the midway point when a car passed, its twin lights sweeping across the bar beneath them. They tensed, listening. The vehicle didn't slow down. Its driver didn't honk or shout out. They relaxed when its sound receded in the distance and resumed climbing. The roof was flat and presented no obstruction to their landing. They bent over double and ran towards their destination, the AC vent. A loud clatter. They froze and looked down. The younger twin had stepped on a stray piece of pipe. Meghan frowned at her savagely and crept towards the side. No lights had come on. No heads peered out of any window. "Dumbass," she whispered, and they proceeded carefully to the vent, next to which was an old-fashioned TV antenna. They had spotted it during their recon run, when they visited the bar the first time. It's not in use, the bar has cable. However, no one had bothered to remove the antenna. They knelt and removed their backpacks. Beth extracted the components of the cell tower and assembled it. Meghan removed fastenings and a battery pack from her bag. They taped the tower to the antenna, secured it to the roof, and powered it up. Meghan withdrew her screen and motioned at Beth, who made a call to the bar. The tower captured the call and displayed it on her screen. The elder sister nodded, and the two left the roof. They reached their SUV and put on their outer clothing again. With one last glance at the antenna, Meghan drove out. The tower would capture all incoming and outgoing calls across all bands. It would even snag encrypted calls. The military-grade device they were using wasn't available in any Best Buy or any online store. They'd significantly enhanced it, and only the NSA had comparable equipment. "If luck's on our side," Meghan told her sister as she parked in their basement lot, "Nikolai will call." Chapter 25. Nikolai didn't call. He knew about the report the PIs had filed with the cops. Making contact with Hidalgo would be pointless. He knew of Kloop's death too. He couldn't miss it. It was widely covered by the world's media, all of them speculating on why the millionaire had turned killer. They interviewed his associates, his staff, some of his ex-girlfriends, but no one had any answer. Nikolai also knew the NYPD were clueless. They hadn't made any progress and were hoping for a stroke of luck. Nikolai Kem believed in luck. He was smart, sure. He was wealthy, immensely rich, but it was luck that Anatol Kharkiv, Russia's foremost arms dealer, had been his father. Nikolai had inherited the business when his father died. His mother had long ago passed away, and while his father had taken a steady stream of mistresses, none had taken over the role of mother. Nikolai also knew he was lucky because he had good looks. He didn't have a pound of spare flesh on him, that wasn't luck, but he had dark thick hair that women loved to curl their fingers into, flashing dark eyes and an easy smile. He had a chiseled chin and sharp jawbones, and attracted female attention in any social gathering. Nikolai was a gifted conversationalist. He could talk about just about any subject, and that came in handy when he was courting a woman. It was also a useful trait to have when making friends with politicians. Anatol's weapons business was restricted to Eastern Europe. Nikolai had expanded that. He sold weapons to Syria, to both Iraq and Iran. He made friends with disillusioned soldiers in the U.S. Army and got them to smuggle arms out. Middle Eastern countries, African dictators, and South American governments were in his client list. He had a well-established supply chain and willing customers, as well as powerful friends in the Kremlin. The world was his oyster. Nikolai was smarter than his father. He rarely met his customers and removed all evidence that he was Anatol's son once his father passed away. That wasn't difficult because his father, who had been based in St. Petersburg, had been a secretive man with few friends. He hadn't exposed Nikolai to any of his business associates, and the couple of friends who knew were old. Nikolai was homeschooled, and all his tutors met untimely deaths when they finished teaching him. Once Nikolai moved to Moscow, he ended contact with his two friends, who conveniently died a year later. He posed as an employee whenever he was with clients, and shrugged his shoulders when they asked him about the business's owners. A private group took over Anatol's business, he would explain. I am just a salaryman. He would laugh, and they would laugh with him. Nikolai ended the arms trading business when he turned 40. That was 5 years back, and the shipment to Hidalgo was one of his last. Nikolai's new business venture had started when he had come across Vasily Selezny's. He was in need of a hacker to penetrate British security systems and steal their nuclear submarine plans. Vasily had been recommended by another associate. The arms dealer hadn't been impressed with the tousled-haired, sleepy-eyed, stammering younger man. He had planned to use the hacker and dispose of him when the job was done. Dispose in his world meant killing. He had observed the hacker closely, and while watching his fingers at work, a few ideas had come to him. How good are you? He had asked. The hacker didn't reply. His head bobbed as he listened to music on his headphones, his eyes nearly closed as lines of code streamed across his screen. Nikolai was tempted to rip his earmuffs off, but decided to let the man complete his job. It took the hacker 3 days, and then he repeated his question. No one has caught me, Vasily shrugged. Maybe you haven't done anything worthwhile, Nikolai prodded. The hacker swung back to his screen, his fingers dancing, and brought up a page. That's the National Security Agency. He typed rapidly and a tree appeared. Folders. I am in their system. I have entered the FBI's system, the CIA's. Leave. Right now. Vasily rose and started leaving the room. No, you fool, Nikolai roared, exit that system. The hacker went back to his screen, and the screen changed to a game he was playing. The arms dealer brought out his handgun and toyed with it. You'll never hack into any government system without my authorization. I have other clients. No longer. You will work for me. You will live here. Everything you want will be delivered here. You will not leave this house. Vasily looked around the lavishly outfitted room and mentally compared it to the small, cramped apartment he had in Kapotnia. The neighborhood was several miles away from the city center, to the southeast. It had a high migrant population, depressing brick housing. Nikolai's mansion was in Rublyavka, a prestigious area in the west of Moscow. It was called the billionaire's neighborhood, for a reason. The country's wealthiest had their estates in the neighborhood. Gated communities offered cottage for those who were mere millionaires. A high-end shopping mall offered all the luxuries a billionaire would need. The Rubliovo-Uspenskoi highway connected the neighborhood with the city center, a road that was heavily guarded by police and often closed for the movement of politicians. "What will I have to do?" Vasily asked. "What you've just done." Chapter 26. The next day, the sisters trawled through the calls made and received at the Blue River. No Russian accent in any of the calls, which didn't surprise them. Most of the calls were routine. Delivery orders and instructions, staff checking in, customers booking tables. The evening's call records were more interesting. Hidalgo was in action, directing shipments to various warehouses, receiving or organizing payment, and the twins were able to identify 2 Mexican cartels he was talking to. However, that wasn't who they were after. "We should find a way to send this to Chong," Beth grumbled, making a face when she tasted her cold coffee. She looked over at her sister, who was looking at the screen, her face scrunched. Meghan was the more analytical of the two. She could see several steps ahead. Beth was the impulsive one. The two complemented each other. "What's bothering you?" Beth strode to her sister's side and watched her screen. Meghan had logged into the darknet site and was browsing through the discussion forum. "Why would a millionaire spend his time on such a game?" she growled. "Is there anything else in his records?" "Nope," and then she leaned forward when an idea struck, making the game disappear with a series of commands and getting Werner to pull 2 files and compare rows. "What?" Beth asked, not understanding. "Elementary mistake." Meghan tapped her keyboard, waiting for the supercomputer to finish. "We should have compared the..." "Yes," she fist-pumped triumphantly when a number flashed on the screen. "Care to explain?" "The bank accounts that Werner got for Hidalgo and Kloops." "You compared them," Beth caught on, her voice rising. "And there's one account in common?" "Yeah, the Bermuda account that Hidalgo received $6 million from." "Wasn't there a Russian bank involved too?" "Yes. That account paid $3 million, but that account does not figure in Kloops' records." $9 million? Beth whistled. "That must have bought a lot of guns." "Don't forget there must have been some cash payment too, but look at this." Meghan brought up another transaction. Kloops paid $3 million to that Bermuda bank. Look at the timestamps. Hidalgo's payments matched what he had told them. They were 5 years old. The millionaire had paid into that bank a week before he had attacked Angie. How much did he pay? $2 million. $2 million for her life, Beth said softly. She trailed off. "That's high," Meghan agreed. "Assuming that's what the payment was for." She wasn't a high-value target. It's high-ranking politicians and business people who command such a price. For the man on the street, a hitter can be hired for a few Ks. "We're sure there's no link to Konstantin's business?" Meghan opened another screen and pointed to rows of files. All of his personal emails and calls. Werner's hacked into his system too. We've got records of his cell as well. No one called to blackmail him. No threats received. Who owns that account? Some shell company. Company called Phoenix Trading. No records of any directors or officers? An accountancy firm in Bermuda. They have a post office box address. Which means they probably don't exist, Beth swore, kicked at a trash can and sent it rolling. Nikolai must be communicating with the bank directly for any business. Any link between Kloops and all the hitters? The Times Square dudes, the ones in the parking lot? Meghan did the thing with the commands again. Nothing obvious. Werner's running in the background and will go through the money trail, but here's my theory. She went to a flipboard and dragged it over to their desks. She drew the timeline of the attacks, listed the locations and the number of attackers. Wrote down the identities of the assailants they knew. That was a small list. Chavez, the Russian criminals, and Kloops. Inserted 2 boxes, one for the payment Hidalgo received from the Bermuda account and the other for Kloops' money transfer. Wrote the sums transferred and their dates. And your theory is, her sister drawled. Let's assume the first hit was by Kloops. Outside that Fifth Avenue store. No money trail, Beth reminded her. That we know of. Werner's still checking. Stay with me on this. Kloops was no shooter either. Beth didn't budge. He wasn't an expert shooter, or at least there's no record of it, Meghan corrected her. However, he was a gun owner, and a member of a gun club. Okay, I'll go along with you for now. He took a shot at her. Missed. Then he organized grabs. Outside that nightclub at the premiere. That one Chavez had her in the back of his car. He could have killed her if he wanted to. What about the heavies in Times Square and her building? We don't know what their intentions were. It's not as if we were bystanders, Meghan replied acidly. Why does he go to an assassin in Queens? And why didn't he attack by himself? Because by then, Angie was receiving a lot of publicity. We had stopped 2 attacks. It would have been more difficult. I think he wanted to end whatever mission he was on. By killing her. Yeah. Beth bought time for herself by going to her desk and picking up her cup of coffee. It has holes. Your theory, she said slowly. It does, Ms. Obvious. It's not as if Kloops left a note for us. The biggest hole, Beth continued undeterred, is the other dude who was with Kloops. He could be the person who was gunning for Angie. Chapter 27. Vasily hacked into the election systems of several American states. He didn't choose them at random. Nikolai gave him the targets. A special election in a Midwest state for which the hacker penetrated the system and altered votes. A similar election in a northern state, where Vasily manipulated the count. How are we benefiting? The hacker asked when he had finished the tasks. You are smart, Nikolai leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms behind his head. Figure it out. Vasily had a glass-walled cabin within the gunrunner's enormous office. Nikolai could watch him at work without leaving his seat. The hacker didn't complain. He had never had an office before. He wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. You have stopped the arms business, the hacker thought aloud. Over time, the 2 men had become close. They weren't friends, however. Nikolai had started sharing details of his business with the younger man. You have Russian clients. Politicians, businessmen. Vasily snapped his fingers suddenly, his eyes lighting up. They pay you for my work. They want particular candidates elected in the U.S. Nikolai smiled thinly and didn't confirm nor deny. He presented another list to the hacker, who studied it, a frown on his face. These are councils in Britain. They have elections coming up. Those I have highlighted are the ones I want you to go after. Vasily went. The arms dealer observed him as the hacker worked. He watched him as he hacked and as he relaxed. Playtime for Vasily was games. Nikolai learned about various role-play games from the younger man. One particular game caught his interest, and he questioned the hacker at length. You want to play? The tousle-haired man asked eagerly. Yet. It has no interest for me. But it had, though not in the way the hacker thought. It took a few more months for Nikolai to refine his idea. He spoke to a few people, very discreetly, about a possible interest in what he was planning. He was astounded by their reaction. They wanted to know when he was starting his venture. He made a business plan, wrote down the risks and the benefits. There was no significant investment he needed to make. He had Vasily already. He wrote down some names and put some numbers next to them. He knew those figures were realistic. He knew that world, he had employed killers. That was the kind of money one spent on taking out particular targets. Risks? Obviously, there were many. What he was planning wasn't a legal business. However, in this venture, there was no need for warehouses, and no middlemen like Hidalgo needed to be involved. There would be intermediaries, he corrected himself. People who provided information, like private investigators, transport providers, arms providers. He had existing networks for those kinds of people. The more he thought about it, the more he liked his idea. The risks were lower simply because there would be no connection between what happened in the real world and the online world. Besides, he had his ultimate protection, the man in the Kremlin. The next step was to talk to Vasily. By then, the hacker knew a lot about his business. He had moved on from hacking into elections to manipulating social media advertising. Vasily was a criminal. But then he always had been, and what Nikolai was going to propose wouldn't shock him, the arms dealer reasoned. Nevertheless, he prepared for his meeting by carrying his Beretta in his pocket. The hacker's eyes turned wide when he heard Nikolai's idea. His mouth dropped open, and for a moment the gunrunner wondered if he should kill Vasily. A real-life version of... Yes? Wow, the hacker was lost for words. He looked at his screen, which had a game on it. Turned back to his sponsor. How will it work? Can you design it? Yes. Not just the... Yes, I know, Vasily said impatiently. The communication, the payment, the characters. It's not the first time I have developed games. I am asking about the outside. Leave that to me. It was Nikolai's turn to interrupt. Go, he told the hacker. And Vasily went. Chapter 28. Andropov provided further breaks for Beth and Meghan. Your man, he told them in a video call, is Ivan Biryukov, referring to the second man with Kloops. He was a shooter for a few low-level gangs in Moscow. He dropped off the radar a year back. Looks like he came to your country. Not legally, Beth told him. There's no record of his arrival. Not with that name. He was a criminal, Andropov shrugged. He knew how to live off the grid. He wouldn't be the one after Angie? Meghan asked him. I doubt it, the Russian replied. Someone knocked on his door and entered. He waved the flunky away. He had a few kills to his name. A bar owner who was refusing to make payments to the mafia. A rival gang leader. He didn't have the brains or the resources to plan something like that. There goes your theory, Meghan smirked at Beth. I have something else, said Andropov, drawing their attention. Those 6 men who you killed. I think I know who recruited them. Nikolai? The sisters asked in one voice. No, the Russian shook his head. Nikolai, if that's the name he uses, has not come up anywhere. He paused to allow them to work that out. Andropov's agency had dossiers for every major criminal in Russia. Its database was as vast as the FSB's. Rumors were that the high-profile agency came to the secretive outfit if it needed help. He has connections, Meghan said. Andropov gave her a thumbs up. Not ordinary connections. All the way to the top. Yes, that's the only way to have zero footprint. So this dude. He is Max Sidorov, he read from a file. I am meeting him tonight. He agreed? Beth asked in surprise. Andropov's flinty smile was her answer. Grigor Andropov left his office at 5 p.m. and was immediately surrounded by his security detail. The spymaster, which was what his bosses called him even though he didn't run any spies, stood outside the building for a moment, apparently breathing the air while discreetly checking out the street. Second nature to him. His agency was housed in an unattractive building a block behind Lubyanka Square. The FSB had its offices in that square, and it attracted all the tourists. Not many visitors ventured to Andropov's block, a fact he was very happy about. He wasn't in the eyeball business. His Mercedes E-Class came around, and a guard sprang forward to open the door. Andropov seated himself in the back, while one of his bodyguards seated himself in the front. Vin Zavid, he directed his driver, near Kursky railway station. The driver nodded. He knew the neighborhood, which once had factories, but now had art galleries and theaters. Sidorov had been summoned to meet in the agency's office near the train tracks. Even as the German-made car slid through the streets of Moscow, 2 agency men were hauling in the recruiter and taking him to the office. It should be an interesting meeting, Andropov thought. It would have been, if it had happened. There was no one at the office when the Russian arrived. He waited. It wasn't uncommon for people to be late in Moscow. He could have called his men, but he didn't. He minimized electronic communication, a habit acquired from his days as a field operative. He broke custom when his men were half an hour late. They didn't respond. 45 minutes later, he flagged the delay to his agency. 15 minutes later, 3 of his operatives found Sidorov in a garbage bin behind a large shopping outlet near Kursky station. Andropov's men were there too, their bodies riddled with bullets. And then it became personal for Grigor Andropov. Chapter 29. Vasily took 6 months to do the developing, a timeline Nikolai grew impatient with. "I am doing it all alone," the hacker snarled. "Do you know how many people usually work on something like this?" Nikolai waved him away angrily. He didn't want to know. That wasn't his world. He forced himself to stay calm and used the time to wind down his arms business. There were only a few clients that he met personally, and explained that he would no longer sell weapons. Change of heart, an African dictator guffawed. "Something like that," Nikolai said. "I am starting a new business. It will take all my time." The despot had a liking for blood sports. He was worth cultivating. The Russian didn't get anger or bitterness with his other clients. It was business. Besides, others had already stepped into the vacuum he had left. He headed back to Rublyovka and invited 2 billionaires for dinner. Over the finest Russian vodka, he broached the topic he had mentioned to them a while back. They raised their heads, interested. Nikolai knew both of them well. Pirogov had made his money by grabbing state-owned steel companies as Russia emerged from the remains of the former USSR. Maslow had similarly acquired oil companies. Both men, as was true of all Russian billionaires, had risen to their wealth by bribing and colluding with politicians. Nikolai was no different. He also knew his dining companions liked killing. Both had areas in their estates, remote spots, where their victims were buried. Human prey. There were no cops to question them. They owned the police. Nikolai wasn't one to judge them. He had benefited from the same system. He had his man in the Kremlin. And now, he was planning to make money off them. "How will this work?" one of his potential customers asked when 2 bottles had been emptied. Nikolai explained. They were bemused for a while. The gaming world wasn't theirs. "It is the only way," the ex-arms dealer insisted. "For safety." Now that was a word they understood. "It isn't hard. Here, let me show you." He grabbed a screen and showed them the preliminary version that Vasily had developed. "And these?" Pirogov, the steel magnate, asked. "They correspond to," he didn't complete his words. Even Nikolai was careful with what he said. "You can make a guess." The weapons supplier's finger hovered over a female. Vasily had described the roles and had physical descriptions for each character. Pirogov swore when he made the link. "She's..." "Yes?" "I want her." "No, I want her." Maslow slammed his palm drunkenly. Nikolai sat back. The bidding had begun. He would provide logistics, intel, weapons, and if necessary, people to assist the 2 men, he told them. He would help them with alibis. They might need training, and he would arrange for that too. They discussed details long into the night, and when the day broke, he delivered a thumb drive to each of them that contained a video recording of their evening. Now each had leverage on the other. Mutually assured destruction, the best protection they could have. Nikolai refined his plan as Vasily perfected his creation, and by the time the hacker launched it, the arms dealer was ready. Pirogov started off. Nikolai saw a different side of him as he helped the billionaire train. The steel company owner became cold, focused, his ruthlessness became apparent. On seeing him prepare, the weapons supplier knew his venture would work. Pirogov made the payment to Nikolai. Full advance, no refunds. And on a cold Moscow night, he shot Russia's upcoming pop star as she was performing. He made the kill from 200 yards at the SK Olympijski, an indoor arena and former Olympic stadium. He used a Dragunov SVD, Russia's sniper rifle. He was a patriot, and shot from a prone position. The shot was easy, after all he was a crack shooter. He had triggered from the highest stand in the stadium, seats empty because he had ensured none of them got sold. The weapon had been smuggled in before the concert and hidden in a restroom. His getaway had been easy amid the ensuing melee. He had crawled back, gone into a service closet and changed into a police officer's uniform, donned a wig and a mustache, and had hurried out shouting orders. Easy. But it had required intense planning from Nikolai, and both men had used their political clout to erase certain sections of the security camera footage. And with that kill, the game began in earnest. Chapter 30. It had been a long journey. There had been hiccups, but overall, his new venture was a success. Several politicians had joined the game in the years since that first kill. Nikolai had taken them on enthusiastically. Many politicians in Russia were billionaires in secret, and having them on board gave him ironclad protection. He played with a paperweight as he watched his hacker in his cabin. Vasily's hair was thinning, but other than that, there was no sign of his aging. He made minor tweaks to the game every now and then, and followed avidly every character's development. Or exit. Kloops was the only American client Nikolai had taken on, and now he was regretting it. The millionaire had come to him through a known reference, which was the only way he took on clients. He had passed the personal interview, of which both men owned recordings. Mutually assured destruction. He had zipped through the tests. Nikolai set out for new clients. Shooting skills, willingness to kill, planning capability, and many others. He had been insistent on an American target on American soil, and had paid well beyond the bid. That had been the clincher. Nikolai had an extensive network in America, and provided the intel on the target. Kloops failed in his first attempt, and the NYPD stepped in. Nikolai pulled the plug, but the American had been insistent. This time the Russian arranged a grab team. However, it was American, and they failed at the nightclub. Nikolai arranged for their killing, and decided on using Russian help only. Chavez, not his real name, nearly succeeded. Nikolai had to move fast, and arrange for the driver to be killed while in custody. By then he too was determined that Kloops have his kill. His ego took over, which he knew was a mistake. However, he was committed. And then those sisters had entered the picture. Meghan, that was her name, wasn't it? He checked. Yes, it was. Suka. Bitch. He cursed loudly, and glared at Vasily when he looked up. She had taken down his men at Times Square. He had a backup team, however, who had killed the men. Similarly, his men had been taken apart by those women in the parking lot. He had given Kloops an ultimatum: take out your target yourself. The American had agreed, but wanted an additional shooter, which Nikolai had provided. And that had been a disaster too. Nikolai's fingers tightened on a thick folder on his desk. The dossier on the two sisters and this man, Zeb Carter. The intel on them was fascinating reading, and Nikolai now knew why all the attempts had failed. These weren't random PIs or close protection people. Konstantin had chosen well. With Kloops' death, Nikolai had begun his damage control. He knew he had overstepped by taking on the American and taking the game to the US. Still, it wasn't panic room time. After all, he was still here, in his mansion in Rublyovka, and he knew he could never be extradited to America. Too many people in Russia had too much to lose to allow that. His phone rang, a direct number that very few knew. "Da," he growled and listened as his minion reported that Sidorov had been killed. His face darkened when he learned that there had been 2 men with the recruiter. They too had been killed. His man's voice trembled when he revealed who the men were. "Come back," he told his man. "There's nothing you could have done." Grigor Andropov. He had heard of the name just once, when an FSB contact had let it slip, and then had found out more about the man and what he did. Why was Andropov involved? He reached for his phone and made several calls to politicians and high-ranking police officers. He made another call to Lubyanka Square, to the FSB's headquarters. "Vasily?" His hacker trotted over. "Grigor Andropov. He runs some secret agency. Hack into his system." "Duh. I have some news." "What?" "The bidding on Angie Konstantin has increased." Nikolai was astounded. He followed Vasily to his screen and saw for himself. "But don't they know she's hot now?" "Yes, but it looks like there's still interest." The arms dealer thought rapidly. A small smile appeared on his face. "Change the terms. We will offer no support. Anyone winning the bid will take out the target by themselves." And then he saw 2 characters that Vasily had created. He read their details in the boxes next to them. They looked almost alike. Both had brown hair and green eyes. Both were female. And bidding on them had begun. Nikolai smiled wider. The game had taken a twist. Chapter 31. Why are there so many Russians involved? Hiram Konstantin asked the room in general, as he processed what he had heard. They were assembled in the Columbus Avenue office. The twins, Zeb and Angie Konstantin, and his lawyer Pazaka and Chong. And Bawana and Bear, who tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible, which was difficult since they were huge and gave out a stay-away vibe. Beth had told Konstantin and his daughter about the identities of the shooters, and was getting into the meat of their findings, when her sister interrupted the narration by heading into the kitchen. "That's what we are looking into, sir," Meghan said, as she returned bearing a tray and handed over cups of coffee. Konstantin took a tentative sip. A look of surprise crossed his face, and he took a longer one. "It's not just you who drinks good coffee," Meghan said, suppressing a smile. "Who's Andropov?" the billionaire asked. "A friend." Meghan didn't elaborate. They had to tell him about the Russians' involvement, because he had identified the recruiter. Pazaka and Chong knew about his existence and suspected what Andropov did. Konstantin didn't need to know anything more. "You trust him?" "Yes, sir." "You asked about Russian involvement." Beth placed her cup down and wiped her lips. She went to the flipboard that Meghan had drawn on. "This is where we have gotten to." She outlined Hidalgo's confession, their investigation into Kloops, and smirked at the stunned silence when she revealed the Nikolai connection. She didn't mention the game site. It was something they didn't understand and needed to study more. 2 million. Konstantin struggled for words, his face white when he heard the sum Kloops had paid Nikolai. His daughter crossed her arms around herself and shivered. The billionaire swung towards the cops. "I spoke to Rolando this morning," he said hoarsely, "and he didn't mention any of this." "First time we are hearing this," Pazaka said, staring balefully at the twins. "This won't do much good to the cops, sir," Meghan replied. "Why not?" "The evidence, Chong coughed. "It won't stand up in a court. We would be shot down." "That's a huge sum." The lines around Konstantin's mouth deepened. He reached out unconsciously and Angie went to him, hugging him. "Why?" "We'll find out, sir," Meghan assured him. Konstantin kissed his daughter's hair and visibly composed himself. Angie left his side and stood next to Zeb, color returning to her face. How did you find out the identities of these killers? We asked Interpol, sir. Why didn't the NYPD do that? It isn't standard procedure. This Nikolai, can I help in any way? I have Russian connections. If Andropov doesn't know of him, I doubt your contacts will be of any use, Meghan thought. No, sir. You should not be involved, she said, a reply that Konstantin's lawyer approved of as he nodded his head vigorously. We have reached a dead end with him, Beth admitted. The NYPD, she looked questioningly at Chong, who grimaced, have no record of him. I am not surprised, since they had nothing but a name and a vague description in what he did. I could ask my cyber security team to look into our business dealings. No need, sir. You haven't had any contact with the Nikolai. How? You've penetrated my system, his voice rose. Without my permission? Stan. His lawyer squared his shoulders and put on his meanest face, ready to wage legal war on behalf of his employer and earn his monthly retainer. Mr. Konstantin. Meghan's voice was a whiplash, her eyes cold. Let me remind you of our conditions when we agreed. No questions. No how. No why. Shall I go on? You never said you would hack into my own systems. We never said we wouldn't. Dad? Angie grabbed his arm, looked disdainfully at the lawyer, and pulled her father to a corner. She whispered furiously at him, jabbing a finger at his chest. A chastened Konstantin returned with a pleased daughter in tow. I take all that back. He sat heavily in his chair and raised his hands in surrender. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. I'm still struggling with what Kloops paid. My business, there's a lot of sensitive information. It'll stay confidential. This Nikolai. Surely there must be a way to find him. If we don't, he will keep organizing these attacks. We think there's a way, Meghan replied. But it will cost. And it might be something the NYPD doesn't approve of. Money's no object. Konstantin crossed his legs and flicked invisible lint off his knife-edged trousers. His game face was back. I can talk to Rolando if... We can do that too, sir, but we prefer not to go over Detectives Pazaka and Chong. The shades-wearing cop puffed his chest. We won't hinder any efforts within the law, he stated pompously, conveniently forgetting that the sisters had admitted to breaking the law just a few moments back. Chong winked at Meghan, who smothered a smile. Pazaka was a good cop. He needed to feel important, and so long as his ego was stroked, he was supportive. We'd like to run an ad. An ad? The lawyer spoke for the first time. He had to contribute something, otherwise his boss might wonder what he was being paid for. A newspaper and TV ad. Surely you have heard of them. Meghan snickered. How will that help? We will ask for information on all these attacks. We did that, Chong stroked his chin. We didn't get anywhere. We'll do it differently. Front page of mainstream newspapers. Primetime TV viewing. And on top of that, we'll offer a reward. Beth interjected, before the lawyer spoke another word. Which is why it'll be expensive. We're talking about a 7-figure reward, sir, Meghan told the billionaire. Kloops paid Nikolai $2 million. We should offer at least half of that, she thought to herself. And then, there'll be the cost of a call center. There will be cranks, we need to weed them out. Go ahead. Konstantin uncrossed his legs and fingered the polished leather of his briefcase. Meghan blinked. She and Beth exchanged a surprised look. They had been prepared to convince him and had worked out a strategy. He smiled when he saw their faces. I know I come across as difficult. I'll say. Meghan just about controlled her snort. We know where Angie got that gene from. But there isn't anything I wouldn't do for my daughter. Money, it's nothing. It was a shield-down moment, a father speaking, not the corporate titan. Set it up. Stan, he looked in his lawyer's direction, will help. He rose, the lawyer followed. Konstantin glanced at Zeb, who hadn't said a word, and leaned against a wall next to Bwana and Bear. "You don't speak much, do you?" "He doesn't," Angie replied for Zeb. "Can I help?" "I too have contacts in the media," the daughter asked the sisters when her father had left. "Yes, but not in the way you think." Beth grabbed her phone and began the first of several calls. "Stay with Zeb. Stay low. This isn't over yet." Chapter 32. It took a week for all the moving parts to come together. Konstantin's name helped with booking time slots. Newspapers and TV channels magically made space and time available for the run of ads. The call center, a midtown one the sisters had worked with earlier, created additional capacity by hiring men and women to handle the expected traffic. The twins coached the recruits, running them through a list of verifications and questions to ask each caller. A media agency that belonged to Konstantin whipped up the creative, and the final proofs were submitted to the various media outlets. The ads were simple. They declared a tantalizing reward for anyone who came forward with credible information on the attempts on Angie Konstantin. They hinted at Russian involvement. And the call center's phones went berserk. Just about every New Yorker with his or her dog called in. The cranks were easy to weed out, folding as the agents probed. However, no one had anticipated the sheer volume of traffic. Beth and Meghan pitched in. They donned headpieces and sat alongside the agents to take calls. Listening, grimacing, and at times chuckling at the people on the other end. Some of the calls made them look at each other. An 80-year-old grandma said her granddaughter was missing. She disappeared on the way home from school. "I am the only family she has. The cops haven't found anything. I don't have Konstantin's money," she sobbed. "Or else I would have run ads too." Beth bit her lip, lost for words. "Take her details," Meghan scribbled on a sheet and passed it to her. Beth nodded and when the call ended finally, looked at Meghan. "We'll set Werner onto it?" "Yes." Felix Hidalgo called on the second day, as the sisters were leaving the call center. By then, the agency had recruited more handlers and the twins weren't manning the phones. The fence called on Meghan's phone. She climbed into their SUV and patched it into the vehicle's speakers. "What are you doing?" he screamed. "Driving," she replied snarkily. "Why are you running that campaign?" "Who said we are?" "You are behind it. No one else knows about the Russian." "The cops know." "You told them." "He will kill me." "Someone should have killed you a while back," she laughed. "Felix, why did you call?" The fence's loud breathing filled the vehicle. He swallowed audibly. "I know what you're doing," he lowered his voice, rage and anxiety lacing it. "You're trying to draw him out. You gave us no choice. You didn't tell us anything more about him. Your network clammed up when we reached out." Which was true. The sisters had hit a brick wall when they had made cautious inquiries. "There's a reason," Hidalgo snarled. "I told you, we have never dealt with anyone like Nikolai. In that case, watch us deal with him." She hung up and drove out. Zeb and Angie were holed up in an apartment in Harlem. It was on the ground floor, with a rear door that only apartments at that level had, opening into a common backyard. The heiress inspected the accommodation, and this time she didn't turn her nose up, nor did she comment. "We can't live in hiding forever," she said the evening the ads ran. "We won't." She looked up, but Zeb didn't elaborate. The next day he got her to wear a long, loose shirt, shades over her eyes, a baseball cap pulled low over her head. She didn't protest. She was a changed woman since Kloop's attack. She had traded her expensive dresses for jeans and shirts. They were still high-end apparel, but were less noticeable. She slithered down in her seat and looked out over the tops of her shades. "Sunshine," she rasped. "I had almost forgotten what it was like." Zeb honked at an impatient cab. "You think it will work?" she questioned him. "These ads?" "Yeah." "Won't Nikolai come after them?" "Possibly. She sat up. You aren't worried? Nope. He parked in an empty space, went around to her side and opened her door. My. She stepped out regally. I didn't expect such service. He didn't respond. There was a reason for his move. His body shielded hers, even as his eyes checked out the street. He kept close to her and guided her to an electronics retailer, where he bought a burner phone. Headed to a drugstore, where he paid for another one. He had 5 cell phones with him by the time he had finished shopping. What are those for? Angie asked, her mouth full with a burger. For making calls. She rolled her eyes. She watched him clone her cell phone with one that he had bought, but said nothing more. She's changed, he thought. The previous Angie would have talked or griped nonstop. You miss the old Angie? She grinned, reading his mind. This is the old Angie? What you had then was a mask. She was biting her lip, regarding him thoughtfully, when he looked up finally. What will you do with those? She asked, pointing to the phones, not pursuing his comment. He tossed her phone at her. Who's your best buddy? Stace, she replied immediately. Stacy Rios. He looked blank. You haven't heard of her, she shrieked. Should I have? Zeb. She's the biggest pop star in the world, and then she punched him in the arm when he smiled briefly. Beth, Meghan, they listened to her. Call her. Call, she frowned. But what about? It's time to stop hiding. Chapter 33. Nikolai wasn't a happy man. He had watched, horrified, as the ad campaigns ran. Vasily tried to interrupt him a few times and slunk away when the Russians swore savagely. The sisters had outwitted him. It galled him. It also scared him. He had been careless in his early years. Power and money had swayed his head. He had tied up as many loose ends as possible, but there were still a few in America who had heard of him or met him. Hidalgo, for example. Thinking through all his dealings and the people he had met, he calmed himself with the thought, they don't know anything about me other than my name. He didn't know how the Petersen women had known of Russian involvement. And then he thought of Grigor Andropov. There had to be a connection. The phone on his desk rang, the sound chilling him. Only one man had that number. His sponsor, his protector, in the Kremlin. Da, he said, trying to sound confident, then fell silent as the tirade began. I will make it right, he told the man when the angry words stopped. But I need your help. He winced when another flood started. He held the phone away from his ear and waited for the man to draw a breath. And said just one sentence. I need Razor. He summoned Vasily when he hung up. Those bids on those 2 sisters. Did you accept any? No, the hacker said, moistening his lips nervously. You told me to. Don't take any bid. Let the game run. But those sums will keep going up, Vasily protested. We have to accept a bid. There's a timeline. We're changing the rules. We won't take any bid. The players will think they are still competing with each other. What happens to the characters? There's another player. He will take care of them. No one new has registered, Vasily frowned. This one does not sign up. Nikolai grinned wolfishly, his confidence returning. Razor never failed. What about Angie Konstantin? Are there any bids on her? Yes, a Mexican shooter. Accept it. Hidalgo called on the 4th day of the ads, by which time there were some leads the sisters were pursuing. There's someone who wants to meet you, the fence told them. We'll only meet Nikolai. Meghan twirled a curl of hair and mouthed Hidalgo at her sister. You have to meet this man, the fence said urgently. He is taking a huge risk in coming out. Coming out of where? To meet you. They met Hidalgo and his mysterious contact in a crowded fast food joint in Queens that evening. They had made the fence drive to several restaurants, before finally giving him the correct location. Less time to set a trap, Meghan thought, as they waited in their SUV and watched the establishment's entrance. "You're in place?" "Yes, ma'am," Bwana chuckled in her earpiece. He and Roger cased the rear of the restaurant, while Bear and Chloe were slouched down in another vehicle at the front. The four of them would come crashing, ready for war, at the slightest sign of trouble. An hour later, Hidalgo showed up. By his side was a figure wearing a raincoat, even though there was no sign of rain. Meghan raised her binos but couldn't make out his face. "Where are you?" Hidalgo demanded on her phone. "Who's with you?" You're watching me?" "Of course we are," Meghan snorted. "He's the one who wants to meet you." "You're good to go," Bwana rumbled in her earpiece. "No heavies. No shooters. I miss the days when we had someone to kill." Beth entered the establishment first and waited by the door, checking out the interior. Meghan joined her after a while, and they headed to where the fence sat, the second man with his back to the entrance. Beth sat next to the stranger, while the older sister slid beside the fence. "Look under the table," Meghan commanded. Hidalgo snuck a peek. His face turned red. "You have guns on us." "Yeah. We'll use them too if this is a trap." "My customers are deserting me," the fence said through gritted teeth. "My network knows I moved weapons for Nikolai. Your ads have scared my clients. I should be holding guns on you." "Try it and see where it gets you," Beth glared at him. "Felix," the stranger broke his silence. "Let's tell them and get out of here." His voice was rusty, as if speech were alien to him. His eyes were dark and still, his head shorn of all hair. A graying stubble on his chin, hands spread on the table, nails clean. Calluses on the sides of his hands, Meghan noticed. Hidalgo breathed deeply, controlling himself. He nodded his head at the stranger. "Meet Francis Jurado. He is dead." Chapter 34. "Dead?" Beth blurted. "That's what the world thinks." Hidalgo's face lightened at the surprise on her face. "Spill," Meghan commanded. "I was Nikolai's man," Jurado said, looking around casually. "He's sweeping the place. Sectioning it. Taking in everything, the way we do," Meghan thought. "He is no low-level heavy." "What do you mean by that?" her sister asked. "I was his troubleshooter. I made his problems go away." Hidalgo leaned forward to whisper, "Jurado was Nikolai's killer." He shrank and raised a hand placatingly when still eyes bored through him. "What Hidalgo said," the shooter continued when the fence stayed quiet. "He had no accent, his English was good. A client didn't pay on time, I reminded him. A customer backed out of a deal, I backed him out of life. I enforced Nikolai's reputation." "So what happened? Why aren't you working with him still?" "Nikolai was getting out of the arms business. He had some loose ends. He asked me to take care of them. And then? He sent Razor after me." "Razor?" both sisters asked simultaneously. "You haven't heard of him?" "No," Beth replied. "That's because he is the best killer I have come across. He never fails. He's Russian. Based in New York. He serves his master in Moscow. No one knows who that is." "Not Nikolai?" "No, even Nikolai can't afford him." "Why did he send this Razor after you?" Meghan tried to make sense of what Jurado was revealing. "I told you," the shooter said impatiently. "Nikolai didn't want anyone alive who could recognize him. I was one of them. He left Hidalgo alive. That's because Felix does business with cartels as well. No one wants to deal with them. Besides, Felix has a stand-up reputation." Meghan snorted. "Is true," Hidalgo insisted, and subsided into silence at a glare from Jurado. Beth put on a smile as a server approached, took their orders and went away. "Why are you telling us all this?" "Because you poked the bear," the fence snarled. He looked around hastily and lowered his voice. There's a good chance Nikolai will send Razor after you. It is possible he will come after me too, and Gerardo. He left you alone all this time, Beth said, not hiding her disbelief. This time is different. Hidalgo shook his head vehemently, his command over his language slipping, revealing his fear and frustration. You are ruining his business with these ads. He doesn't care anymore. He doesn't know about Gerardo. Razor will finish you first. Then come after me. He will torture me. I won't be able to hold back about Francis. Beth considered the men in front of them. Hidalgo's fear was palpable. Gerardo was more composed, but a muscle twitched in his cheek. Razor never fails, and yet here you are? The killer waited for the server to lay out their order, and took a pull on his drink. We had finished moving a shipment from Hidalgo's warehouse on the river. Everyone had gone. It was raining. I was running to my car when he came out of nowhere. A shadow wearing a raincoat. I had never seen him before, but I had heard of him. I realized why he was there. I brought up my gun. He moved so fast, the next thing I knew I was on my back, a knife in my side. He stood over me and shot me twice in the chest. I lost consciousness. He probably thought I was dead, because next thing I know, Hidalgo is leaning over me. That was the final shipment. The fence took over. I had forgotten something at the warehouse and hurried back. Found Francis. He was barely alive. I knew what had happened. Dragged him away, put him in a safe house, and when he recovered, gave him a new identity. Gerardo isn't your real name? No, the killer eyed a customer who had come too close to their table. The look was enough. The man walked away hastily. I had another name. What? It doesn't matter. That life is behind me. You have turned into a saint? No. But I don't break the law anymore, if that's what you are asking. What do you do now? I build houses. Help in charities. Beth stared at him skeptically. Gerardo looked back impassively. It was me who asked Felix to set up this meeting. You should know who is coming after you. You don't look scared. I lived a particular life, the killer shrugged. Dying was an everyday possibility. We can call the cops, you know. Meghan sucked her drink noisily and flashed a smile when a family looked their way. Have you arrested before you leave this joint? For what? You confessed to being a killer. It's your word against mine. We are recording this. You are not. The killer moved, held his left arm placatingly when the sisters pointed their guns at him beneath the table. He brought out a device with his right hand. A jammer. It interferes with any listening device's frequency. Even your phone's. Maybe he is who he claims to be, Meghan thought with reluctant admiration. What does Razor look like? I never saw his face, but from what I have heard, he is my height. Close-cropped hair. Black eyes. Clean-shaven. No marks on his face. You just described hundreds of thousands of men in this city. That's one reason he's successful. Gerardo rose. Hidalgo followed suit. The meeting was over. Wait, Meghan stopped them. Why should we believe you? The killer removed a transparent foil from his right thumb and pressed the digit against a glass. Run that print. It will take you to a murder that was never solved. A gangbanger who had lived too long. Chapter 35. The sisters sat in silence for several moments after Gerardo and Hidalgo had left. What do you make of that? Beth swirled the remains of her drink and swallowed the last sip. Why would he make that up? Meghan said slowly. Beth scrunched her face thinking and then shook her head. Beats me. We have to assume that was the truth. That print should be easy enough to run. The elder sister raised her hand for the check and paid it when the server arrived. As if these attacks weren't enough, we now have a mysterious Russian killer to deal with. Someone who reports to yet another shadowy person. Did I tell you everything about this case sucks? About 1,000,000 times. We have to tell Zeb. Zeb listened silently when Beth narrated their meeting with Hidalgo and Gerardo. Razor? Yeah. You've heard of him? Nope. He's not lying. Who? Gerardo? Yeah. That's what we figured too. Be careful. Yeah. A startled exclamation stopped her. Angie's voice. That's all. Be careful, they heard her say. She's listening in? Beth asked, astonished. Yes. You're on speaker. Why? She said she would start talking if I didn't. The sisters looked at one another, astounded, and burst into laughter. Fearless Zeb scared by Angie Konstantin's threat of conversation. You are not in the house? Meghan asked him, still chuckling. Nope. You're planning something? Yeah. Angie couldn't control a shiver when the call ended. Razor. Even that name scares me. That's the purpose. Zeb slid down his seat until his eyes were level with the window frames of his SUV. Angie's call with the pop star had been long. He had motioned her to keep going whenever she came close to hanging up. He had listened in detachment as the two women caught up. The heiress's circumstances, Rio's upcoming tour, labels, dating, the two women covered a lot of ground. It was a full 90 minutes later when Zeb nodded and the call ended. They were now in his ride, parked on the street well away from the apartment. Clear view of the street, West 144th in Harlem, the spire of a church visible in the distance against the night sky. Unhindered view of the approach to the building. That call had been 7 hours back. It was 10 p.m. now. The city was slowing down. Traffic was easing. He drank from a bottle of water and offered her another. She shook her head, settled down, and closed her eyes. No complaints from her. Not one question about why we're doing this. He had to admit he was liking Angie Konstantin. The hours rolled on. Zeb didn't move. He was comfortable. Alert. The night was his. Until it wasn't. They came at 2 a.m. Kloops attacked at the same time. Zeb didn't know if there was any significance to that. A large vehicle, resting low on its wheels, rolled up to the building's drive. Nothing happened for several moments. Checking out the building, watching for traffic, watching if the parked vehicles in the street are empty. Zeb was confident they wouldn't be detected. The SUV had a custom paint job and was layered with enough technology to foil thermal imagers pointed at them. A whiff of exhaust as the vehicle revved. Maybe it's just innocence. Hungover students deciding whether they should break up and go home or continue partying. A door on his blind side opened and 3 pairs of feet emerged. 3 figures darted towards their ground floor apartment. Dark clothing, their faces shrouded. Zeb moved only to withdraw his Glock. Heartbeat steady. The woman beside him, asleep, breathing softly. The sound of breaking glass came to him even through the distance. Something flamed and flew inside. A Molotov cocktail. More windows shattered. Angie jerked awake, her eyes widening, her mouth opening. He held her arm, calming her, eyes on the intruders who had now disappeared inside the house. Assault rifles opened up. Lights started turning on in the building. Less than a minute later, the men emerged, hustling towards the waiting vehicle. Angie shrank in her seat. He could feel her trembling. Can they see us? She asked nervously. No. Zeb lowered his window just enough to hear angry shouts from the vehicle, and then it burst into motion. He waited till it turned around a corner, and then started his ride. What are you doing? Angie clutched at his arm, fear on her face. Got to ask them some questions. Chapter 36. Meghan's phone buzzed at the same time that Zeb sped off in pursuit. She woke instantly, her hand reaching for the Glock by her bed. Her apartment was empty. She checked the time. It was late. Picked up her phone and smothered a groan. Hidalgo. What? She asked angrily. I couldn't sleep, the fence replied. No apology in his voice. So? There was something else Frances was meaning to tell. She sat up straighter, sleep suddenly the furthest thing from her mind. What? He heard Nikolai on the phone, at the warehouse. The Russian was speaking to someone. Who? Frances didn't get that. What were they talking about? Some kind of game. What? A game. Video game. You know those things that kids play these days? Always glued to a screen. Video game? Yeah. Frances said it surprised him too. He never figured Nikolai to have an interest in those. Anything else? No. I thought you should know. I know it's not significant. Hidalgo trailed off lamely. Felix, Meghan cupped her phone between her shoulder and ear, and slid into a pair of jeans and a tee. You don't know how important that was. She hung up on the amazed fence and considered waking Beth, who was in the neighboring apartment. Let her sleep. Two of us aren't needed. Their apartments were in the same building as their office. She jabbed the elevator button, her mind whirling as she considered Hidalgo's call. A game. She rushed to her screen and woke it up. Logged into the link they had found on Kloop's records. The online game came up. Felt as if she had been punched in the gut when she saw the two new characters. Female. Brown hair. Green eyes. Twins. She read the descriptions, hard as nails private investigators. Formidable record in putting away criminals. Have gone up against Mexican cartels and terrorists. Supported by a team of former Special Forces operatives. She sat in a daze as the pieces fell into place in her mind. It is the ultimate role-playing game. Nikolai creates characters who are all someone rich, famous, or powerful in real life. He opens the game to anyone who has an interest in killing. They bid. Beth and I aren't famous, she argued with herself. No, but we threaten him. Which is why he created our personas and wrote us up that way. She gasped when she saw the bid amounts next to their characters. He has hooked his audience by mentioning cartels, terrorists. His audience, people like Kloops who have money and who like killing. Her fingers danced over keys and brought up previous characters who had been eliminated. Commanded Werner to find correlations in real life. The supercomputer was one of a kind, its original program developed by a pair of Stanford graduates. The NSA had heard of its capabilities and had come calling. Zeb and Broker had outbid the agency and had acquired full rights and title to the software. Thereafter, Broker, who was one of the best intelligence analysts in the Western world, had improved it. He was also a hacker. The sisters had further enhanced it when they joined the agency. Werner had no match, and it returned results quickly. A Russian pop star killed in a spectacular shooting in Moscow during a concert. A British diplomat shot at close range when he was in a St. Petersburg hotel's restroom. An American billionaire knifed as he was exiting a restaurant. Meghan remembered the headlines as the incidents had occurred. More than 50 kills in 5 years. All of famous, powerful and wealthy people. All in Russia. Except for Angie Konstantin. Meghan searched for her character, and there she was, right at the top, just beneath the female PIs. Billionaire's daughter. Loads of attitude. Well protected. Several attempts failed. She froze when she saw that a bid had been recently accepted for her. She grabbed her phone and called Zeb. Chapter 37. The shooter's vehicle raced down Amsterdam Avenue, blasting past several red lights. A cab honked angrily, a truck swerved to get out of its way. Zeb followed, several car lengths behind. His headlights were turned off. But they'll know we're chasing. Not much traffic for me to blend in. He wasn't worried that the hitters would know about their pursuit. It was their getting away he wanted to stop. He stomped on the gas just as the speakers announced an incoming call. "Can you take it?" he asked Angie, who leaned forward and pressed the console. "Zeb?" Meghan's voice. Strained. "She's awake?" "Yeah." "It's a game," she rushed. "There's another hit on Angie." "Yeah, we know," the heiress replied, her face lightening in a smile despite her fear. "Angie? You're with him? What's going on?" Zeb couldn't help nodding in approval when Konstantin's daughter replied in a short burst. No wordy descriptions, no dramatic pauses. Angie was learning by association with them. "What do you mean, a game?" Zeb asked when the heiress finished. His lips tightened when Meghan explained. Eyes on the fleeing vehicle, which was still rocketing away in a straight line down the avenue. Conscious that traffic would increase when they hit Midtown. Chances of them getting away will increase. "Do you know who's won the bid?" "It's a player, but they don't have descriptions. Only the characters do." "Can you find out?" "I have put Werner on it, but don't get your hopes high." Something in her voice. "What else?" "Beth and I," Meghan said softly, "we are characters too. Bids on us are rising." Zeb felt a roaring in his ears. Darkness rose in him and threatened to engulf him. He swallowed, summoned his control, and let the consuming rage dissolve into his bloodstream. The blackness inside him had a purpose. It sharpened him, gave him an edge. He called it the beast. "It's not yet time to be unleashed." "Let me find out," he told her, and when she had hung up he snatched a glance at Angie. Wide eyes. Pale even in the dim light inside the vehicle. Staring at him. "Do you trust me?" "With my life," she replied instantly. "Get down. Stay down. Don't raise your head until I say so." She slid her seat back and crouched. "There are belts on the floorboards for such situations. Fasten them. The door is cushioned. Lean against it," he said. "It will be a bumpy ride." He sent the SUV flying forward. It was big, bulky, but it had several hundred horses racing under its hood, a customized engine that could outpace most street vehicles. The getaway vehicle was a Yukon. He could see its plates as he got closer. Shadows inside, but he couldn't be sure. No one fired at him. They know that will alert the cops. They flashed past an intersection, horns blaring, two vehicles speeding at a suicidal pace. Empty space opened up ahead. A long stretch of avenue on which he could see no traffic. Now? The turbocharged engine responded easily. Torque flowed through its transmission, spinning its wheels faster, putting asphalt behind them. The escaping vehicle's tail lights flashed momentarily as it approached another intersection. "Brace." Zeb crashed into its rear. Metal screamed and plastic shredded. The impact jolted him and thrust him savagely forward. His belt bit into his shoulder and neck. He had eyes only on the vehicle in front, which rocked and yawed sideways, smoke arising from its wheels. Angie cried out. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she mumbled. He didn't hear anything more. He was out of the vehicle, crouched low, shooting out the Yukon's tires. Most people were disoriented after a crash. He was counting on the shooters to be in a similar state. He ducked behind the Yukon's rear. Snapped back when the driver's side opened. Peered out again. Saw a man lurch out and fall. He leapt forward, grabbed the hitter, turned him around to face the vehicle, his Glock tight against the man's neck, using him as a shield. Another door opened. A barrel thrust out. He shot through the crack, moving sideways, dragging the driver with him, his Glock roaring in the night, punching holes in the windows and tearing through the sidewalls of the Yukon. "Stop," a voice yelled from inside. "Don't shoot." The driver tried to resist. Went limp when Zeb struck him savagely in the temple with his Glock and pointed it back at the vehicle. One arm around the man's neck, holding him upright, almost choking him. The other aiming the gun at the shattered Yukon, which trembled on its suspension as bodies inside moved. "Come out. Hands above your head." "Empty," he warned. He had only the driver to use as cover. It wasn't ideal, but he had no choice. Time was of the essence. Before the cops show up and these shooters disappear into the system. "Don't shoot, man," a voice wavered. The passenger door opened wider. A hitter emerged awkwardly, his hands high in the air. "Turn around," Zeb snapped at him. "Face the vehicle." Zeb moved, dragging the unconscious driver with him, and positioned himself behind the shooter. More cover. A second heavy climbed out, turned around, and faced the vehicle without being prompted. Zeb looked over their shoulders. Two shadows in the rear. "Ask them to come out." "They're wounded, man," one of the hitters responded. "The crash and your rounds got them." "Get them out." "No, just one of you. Don't reach for any weapons." The shooter who had spoken shuffled towards the Yukon. He bent through its door, leaned inside, and whirled around suddenly, an AR-15 in his hands. Zeb double-tapped him instantly, dropping him, then trained his Glock inside the vehicle. "Don't shoot," the second shooter moaned, his hands cupping his ears, his body shivering. "It wasn't my idea." "Get your friends out," Zeb ordered him. The man stepped over the body, grabbed a heavy, dragged him out, and laid him on the street. He drew the second man out. One had a chest wound, the other had a gash in his neck. Both were bleeding profusely, their eyes flickering. "Who were the shooters at the apartment?" "Them three." The survivor pointed at the bodies on the ground. "Turn around." The heavy faced Zeb, his eyes bloodshot and wary. Zeb let the driver fall and stepped aside. He lowered his gun and shot the heavy in the thigh. The man fell, screaming, clutching his leg. Zeb watched him yowl for a moment and then asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 38. Amsterdam Avenue near West 108th was cordoned off and flooded with cruisers by the time Meghan and Beth arrived. 4 a.m. The city was waking up. Pazaka looked fresh, as though ready to go into a corporate board meeting. His suit was crisp, his shirt unwrinkled, as he sipped coffee from a paper cup and nodded at the sisters. Meghan and Beth flashed their NYPD creds and approached Zeb and Angie. The older sister had woken her twin after ending her call with Zeb. She had briefed Beth hastily, and after pulling up Zeb's location, had detailed her findings to the cops as she had driven down. Konstantin's daughter had a heavy jacket wrapped around her body, a dark bruise on her forehead. "My fault," she told Meghan when the elder sister shot her a questioning look. "Zeb asked me to belt myself. I didn't. I wasn't expecting him to crash into the other vehicle." "How many dead?" Beth surveyed M's teams as they bustled. "Only one." Chong appeared at their side holding 2 coffee cups. They accepted the drinks gratefully as he continued. "Zeb shot him. 3 more are injured." "Who are they?" "Harlem Stone Mafia." Beth nodded in recognition. The street gang had been in the news for several drug deals and killings. "What's the connection to Angie?" Her sister swallowed her drink and threw the cup into a trash can. "We didn't find any link to them. No threats from them. They said there was a reward for killing her. That's all we got out of them." They clammed up immediately. Meghan watched Zeb, who was standing to the side, watching the heavies climb into a police van. He felt her gaze and came across. "Low-level shooters," he told them. "One of their captains, that's what they call their senior leaders, is a serious gamer." It looked like he knew of Nikolai's game. "Went for the bid." "I asked politely," Zeb told Chong when the cop stared at him open-mouthed. "You didn't tell us. You didn't ask. You wanted to know how many I had killed, and how many vehicles I had wrecked." These dudes are stone-cold killers, Chong huffed. They told you all this just like that? Only one man spilled. The one who had the thigh wound. I was very polite. Chong gave up. He knew how Zeb worked. How did they know where to hit? I thought you had checked Angie's phone for bugs. No bugs on it. They tracked her number. The gang is sophisticated enough for that. As soon as she made the call. You made her call. You wanted to see who else was interested in her. Zeb shrugged. Chong gave him a baleful stare and resumed. This gang isn't that big. That bid was a high 6 figures. 2 other gangs got together. Zeb waited for a cruiser's siren to die. They pooled their funds. The Harlem Stone Mafia undertook the hit. Chong patted his thinning hair into place. What was in it for them? Street cred. He blew out his cheeks and nodded. It was the way some of the smaller gangs worked. They protected their turf, dealt in drugs, and tried to make a name for themselves. One way to do that was spectacular deals or kills. The accompanying publicity would bring more business for them. Such as from other criminal gangs who wanted problems solved, but didn't want to use their own hitters. None of that will be admissible in a court, Chong said morosely, kicking at a stray wrapper. None of what? His partner approached them. Pazaka listened in silence and surprised them with his reaction. Zeb did what he had to. No, I am not high, he told them. These are small fish. It is Razor we should be worried about. You know something about him? Zeb asked. No, and that's what worries me. Razor was out on a run as the cops were wrapping up the incident. He took a long, looping route from his East Village apartment, along the East River, around Trinity Church, finishing at Tompkins Square Park. Sweat was pouring off him when he warmed down by practicing a few katas. Joggers and cyclists glanced at him as they passed. There was a balletic grace to his movements. That wasn't surprising. At one time, Razor had been a promising balletic dancer in Moscow and had dreams of joining the Bolshoi Ballet. It would have astounded the passers-by to know the man they were watching was one of the most lethal killers in the country. Razor had received the call from his Kremlin boss a few days back. That had been followed by the frantic message from Nikolai. The killer had removed a burner phone from its wrapping, called the former arms dealer, and winced at the torrent of words. Slow down, he said gutturally. Razor's voice didn't match his average looks. It was gravelly deep and sounded like stones and mud scraping on metal. He liked his voice. It scared his victims, and that was an excellent starting point for whatever he planned to do with them. Nikolai slowed down. He described the 2 women. PIs, he said, with an office somewhere on Columbus Avenue. They had to be taken down. Razor's boss had warned him about Nikolai. That he had some kind of game that people bid for. The assassin's lips had twisted when he heard that. It was the first time he had heard of an online game transferred to reality. It didn't surprise him, however. Nothing did. When, he interrupted the Russian's description of the women. As soon as possible. How? How what? Nikolai yelled. Razor glanced at the phone. The man at the other end of the call was losing it. There must be something to the arms dealer, otherwise his boss wouldn't have kept him around for so long. How do you want them to die? The killer could end life in several ways. If a message had to be conveyed to his boss's enemies, he would use radioactive poisoning. If a natural death was desired, he could arrange a bathroom accident. If a victim needed to just disappear, that could be arranged too. Torture? He was a master at it. His question seemed to have made Nikolai pause and think, because the Russian didn't answer immediately. They should know they messed with me. A statement killing? No. That will attract heat. No shooting or knifing either. That's too quick. They have to suffer. Razor grunted, and as he was about to hang up, Nikolai spoke. They have friends. They are former special forces. They have a reputation. Be careful. Razor almost snorted. No cop knew who he was or what he looked like. Careful? He was the very definition of it. Chapter 39. How can a killer not be known to any police force in the country? Or abroad? Meghan tapped a pencil against a cup. She and Beth were having a small conference in their office at midday. The same attendees as the previous one, with one difference. Konstantin did not have Stan. The billionaire had come alone, and when he had met his daughter, he had hugged her. Meghan had waited for him to blow a fuse. Rail at them for having Angie go through a car chase. Konstantin surprised them by saying nothing. Maybe he's realizing how we work now. And can see that his daughter's still alive and unharmed. Chong? Pazaka? She asked the two cops, the former sprawled in his seat, a cup in his hand, the latter with his legs crossed, a picture of elegance. We're here to think. Chong mumbled. We came for the coffee. He took a loud pull, smacked his lips, placed his cup on the table and assumed a thoughtful expression. We checked and double-checked. No, Nikolai. There are enough Russian killers in our records, but no one matches the description your informer gave. The sisters hadn't told the cops about Gerardo. They had made up a story. That one of the responders to the ads had revealed the information. They had checked Gerardo's print, and it had matched a cold case from several years ago. They had checked out charities in the city, and one of them had a volunteer who matched Gerardo's description. They had debated letting the cops know. It won't do any good, Beth had argued. I'll bet Gerardo has already undergone surgery to his fingers. His prints will no longer be recognizable. They agreed to a compromise. They would inform the cops once Nikolai and Razor were stopped. We checked with Interpol, the Brits, the South Americans. No luck there. Meghan glared at Chong, who appeared to be nodding off. What about your Russian friend? Konstantin asked. He doesn't know either. Andropov had raged and ranted, promising to tear apart Nikolai if he found him. The problem was, the Russian didn't know who the arms dealer was. To complicate matters, he wasn't aware of Razor. They belong to me if you find them, he had warned the twins. They killed my men. They will pay a price. Meghan had made a non-committal noise and hung up. She sympathized with Andropov, but the arms dealer and the killer weren't going to be handed over to their friend. Where does that leave us? Konstantin asked. Pazaka found something interesting outside the window. Chong studied the ceiling, as if Michelangelo had painted a masterpiece on it. The sisters didn't say anything. Neither did Zeb, Bwana or Bear. Dad? Angie broke the silence impatiently. Isn't it obvious? No, the billionaire looked perplexed. Meghan and Beth. They want Razor to come after them. It is the only link to Nikolai. What about this sick game? Surely we can trace it. Which is likely bounced around on servers all over the world, Meghan cut in. You can try to identify the players. We tried. We didn't get anywhere. You can backtrack Kloop's travel. See where he went. There will be security cameras. He is a billionaire for a reason, Meghan admitted to herself. We've done all of that, sir. We have hit a brick wall. But he's a killer. Konstantin whirled on Zeb, Bwana and Bear. Are you going to allow it? You misunderstand our relationship, sir, Bwana rumbled. Beth and Meghan tell us what to do. He'll kill you, the billionaire threw his hands up in frustration. Many have tried, sir. Bwana crossed his arms across his chest, unperturbed. They are still here. Razor commenced his preparations that very day. He made a call and secured the services of a trusted partner. A man who made a living out of following others. Rufus, that was the only name he gave out, parked his van across from the Columbus Avenue office. His vehicle bore the signs of a pizza company. The firm had an office, and anyone calling it got a bright-voiced receptionist. The cover was elaborate and had stood the test of time and cops. Rufus was balding, had sunken eyes, a jowly face, and a belly that threatened to pop the buttons off his coveralls. He seated himself heavily on a bench, unwrapped his lunch, and bit into his burger. He belched when he had finished, then lay down on the bench for a nap. He woke several hours later and drove away into the sunset. His job was done. It was his van that did the real work. Its roof had concealed cameras and directional microphones. They could listen in to conversations within buildings, as long as they were held near the windows. Rufus repeated his act for the next 3 days, each time driving a different van and changing his appearance. One time, he wore a wig and a business suit. Another time, he wore the uniform of a city maintenance worker. By the 5th day, Razor got what he wanted, Beth and Meghan's routine. He knew the ad campaign was still running. He knew the sisters visited the call center at midday. He had to grab them to convey Nikolai's message, and as long as the campaign was running, he could create an opportunity. He made his plans. Chapter 40. The call came a week after the gang's attack. Nothing much had happened in the intervening days. Calls kept coming in, but no real leads emerged. The game was still on the darknet, but no new bids were being entertained. Only 2 characters remained on it, the twins. There were static bids next to each name. The sisters thought about its significance, but could only speculate. Nikolai wants all attention on us, Beth surmised. But I thought Razor was coming after us. Why would there be bids for us? He suspects we know about the game. The bids are to distract us. Draw our attention away from Razor. We're just speculating, aren't we? Yeah, Meghan agreed. They didn't know for sure. They had set up another meeting with Gerardo, but the former killer didn't know anything more. The twins exchanged a glance when they saw that his fingertips were bandaged. The Harlem Stone Mafia heavies had lawyered up, and nothing useful was forthcoming on that front. Andropov wasn't making any progress either. He had put out the word in his network, and had met with several mafia leaders, but no one offered any information on Nikolai or Razor. Zeb and Angie were still out there, moving from safe house to safe house. The daughter had made more calls, but this time no attackers had come. We need to decide, Beth said as she looked at the call records, the numerous audio files on her screen. Aha, Meghan grunted. She knew what her sister was referring to. They had to make a call soon, on either continuing with or ending the ad blitz. She felt disappointed. She had hoped the media campaign would throw up a lead. Gerardo's confession and the Harlem gang's attack had been the only outcome. Neither of those had helped in identifying Nikolai or Razor. The sisters didn't have cold cases. They cracked each and every one they took on. This might be our first. And then the call came in just after midday. A message appeared on their cell phones. The call center manager, asking them to patch into an ongoing call. The sisters wore their headphones and conferenced in. I know about Nikolai, a gravelly voice told the agent. Who's Nikolai, sir? He's behind the attacks on Angie Konstantin. How do you know this, sir? I can't tell you. I have stayed too long. The voice became nervous. Sir, you need to give us more to claim the reward. I don't care about the money, the voice grew frantic. Nikolai will kill me if he finds out. How do you know him, sir? I am hanging up. Beth hurriedly typed a text and sent it to the manager. Wait, sir. Can you meet Mr. Konstantin's representatives? That's even more dangerous. Why don't you understand? I have taken a big risk in calling you. Nikolai listens to everything. He will kill. Sir, Meghan cut in, my name is Meghan Petersen. I am authorized by Mr. Konstantin to give you this reward. However, we need more, sir, if we want to put Nikolai in prison. The caller hesitated. How can I trust you? He demanded. You can call Mr. Konstantin's office. She recited a number. He will personally verify what I am saying. Or you can call the NYPD. She gave another number. They will confirm that we, my sister Beth and I, are legit. All that money's no use if I am dead. NYPD will protect you, sir, if you give us enough on Nikolai. Let me think about it. Sir, you might have heard of the Harlem Stone Mafia's attack on Angie Konstantin. Nikolai was behind that. The more you delay, the more risk she is in. Your information can help us close him down. I'm scared. The caller started hyperventilating. I have seen Nikolai kill. I don't want him to know about me. He won't, sir. Can you meet me? Decisiveness in his voice now. Yes, sir. All right. Let me think about it. I will call back. What's your name, sir? Why? Suspicious. We can't just refer to you as caller A, sir. Oh, all right. Rufus. You can call me that. Please call again, Rufus. A lot is hanging on you. Don't I know it, Rufus replied querulously, and hung up. Nikolai's name wasn't public knowledge, which was why Meghan had joined the call. It looked like Rufus was the real deal, judging by what he had said. He could be someone like Hidalgo, Meghan thought aloud. Someone who's done business with the Russian and is now scared for his life. Beth held up a finger. She was on the phone to the fence. It's me? Beth. Nope, we aren't calling off the ads just yet. Stop. Listen to me. Did you come across anyone named Rufus? Meghan could hear Hidalgo, even though her sister was a few feet away and the call wasn't on speaker. You sure? Beth asked, and made a face when another burst of noise filled the air. All right. But the fence had hung up. He sounded unhappy. Meghan absently made a paper plane and let it fly in the empty office. That's one way of putting it, Beth chuckled. He said he didn't know all the criminals in the world. Or Nikolai's associates. That we shouldn't be surprised if we see his or Gerardo's body. You told him that he wasn't exactly a fine and upstanding citizen, didn't you? We wouldn't shed a lot of tears if he was killed. I was getting there. He hung up. They worked in a comfortable silence as they checked the Rufuses in their databases, especially those for whom there were voice prints. None matched their callers. He called the next day, at exactly the same time. He asked for Meghan by name, and when she responded, he demanded, "Bring the reward money in cash when we meet." She was in a glass-walled cabin in the call center with Beth. The manager hovered outside with Pazaka and Chong. A screen in front of her ran a program analyzing it, showing that the caller was nervous, fearful, his stress levels high. Why can't you tell me what you know right now? You think I'm a fool? Rufus was shrill. I want the reward. I need it to rebuild my life. We meet. You bring the money. I count it. I tell you everything. That's how it's gonna go down. Chong gave her a thumbs up from outside. Agree, it meant. Not so quickly, she thought. We'll bring 100,000 as a gesture of good faith. You'll get the rest when we verify your information. You? Rufus, you get to keep the 100,000 no matter what happens, she cut him off. That's the way this deal will happen. The two cops made angry faces at her hardball stance. She ignored them. She knew what she was doing. Giving in too quickly will rouse his suspicions. Okay, Rufus replied after a tense silence. Chong closed his eyes and looked heavenward. Great, Meghan told the caller. We'll meet. No. I'll decide where we meet. Where? You know the Verrazano Bridge? Yeah. The bridge, a double-deck suspension construction, connected Brooklyn to Staten Island. There's a juice bar near the Harbor Defense Museum, which isn't far from the bridge. We'll meet there. In 2 days, same time. No cops. Just you. It will be me and my sister. All right. But no more. How will we recognize you? You don't worry about that. I know how the two of you look. Rufus hung up. Chong burst into the room, Pazaka closed behind. Any trace on him? Beth asked. Nope, the cop replied in disgust. All we know is he was somewhere downtown. Traveling. Looks like he was in a vehicle. It could be a trap. Chapter 41. It could be Razor who called, Beth continued. It could, Meghan admitted. Do we have a choice, however? The ensuing silence was her reply. You'll wear a wire, Pazaka began. We'll have officers. You'll do no such thing, she glared at him. We'll handle this. Our way. No cops, no cruisers. Neither of you will be present. But keep out of it, Pazaka. There are 3 obvious ways to outmaneuver a trap. Don't walk into one is the first. Meghan and Beth had no such choice. The third option is to walk in blindly, hope and pray. The twins didn't think much of that alternative. The second is to expect a trap and prepare for it. Beth and Meghan went with that one. It was possible that Rufus was Razor. However, until they'd met him and heard him out, they would have to play the hand they had. That afternoon, a courier delivered a briefcase to their office. It had neatly wrapped bundles of $100 bills, totaling the good faith amount. Arranged by Hiram Konstantin. They went to the basement of their building, to a large room adjacent to the parking lot, and inspected the various tools, toys, and weapons at their disposal. We'll find a way to get his prints, Beth told her, and put this on his clothing. She held up a shiny coin that looked like $1. It weighed the same, but was a tracker as well as a listening device. They checked out the juice bar the next day. It existed right where Rufus told them. They stepped out of their ride and inspected the neighborhood. The museum's roof was visible in the distance. A school nearby. Houses and commercial establishments. The rumble of traffic on the bridge, which dominated the skyline. They went inside the bar. It was small, 15 tables, 3 servers, and a woman behind the counter. It backed up into a yard that was a parking lot. A pickup and several garbage bags in it. They ordered drinks and looked over the joint. A restroom in a corner. Just one entry for customers. There was a room behind the counter for staff, which opened into the backyard. A window facing the street. No cameras. The juice bar had a few new accessories when the sisters left. Salt shakers on several tables, which held concealed battery-operated Wi-Fi cameras. That evening, they watched the camera feeds and played back the voices on them. No match to Rufus. They weren't disappointed. If Rufus was Razor, he wouldn't make dumb mistakes. They set out at 6 a.m. the next day to the juice bar. Not early by New York standards. Traffic was already fuming and raging by the time they hit Columbus Avenue. Their plan was simple. They would park a block away from the bar. Wait inside an empty cab that had a good sight line to the bar, and watch. The cab, which they had arranged the previous night, was in place. A duffel bag in the rear of their SUV carried the surveillance equipment they would need. They were ready for Rufus. Meghan made good time to Brooklyn, traffic lighter as she reached the museum and navigated through the school-going traffic. A trundling semi ahead. Looked like it was lost, and the driver was looking for routes to get onto the Belt Parkway connector to the bridge. Traffic hadn't started backing up yet behind the large vehicle. Theirs was the only one. Meghan honked and swore. She lowered her window to lean out and yell at the driver. Saw something large at the edge of her vision. Approaching fast. Watch out, she yelled. A truck rammed into them from behind. Another came from the side and smashed into Beth's side. A jeep driven by a shades-wearing impassive man crashed into the side of the vehicle, buckling her door. The semi backed up and rear-ended into them. It all happened so fast that neither of them could react. The successive impacts jarred them. Their SUV's airbags deployed, shoving them against their seats. Meghan struggled to get free, tried to reach for her phone. She saw Beth trying to do the same out of the corner of her eye. Sirens. Cruisers. They came onto the scene quickly, several of them surrounding the accident. Cops leapt out. An ambulance arrived. Its crew rushed to their vehicle. Something smashed their windscreen. A masked man leaned through it, holding some kind of spray in his hand. "Don't breathe," Meghan told her sister, her voice slurring as she tried to go for her Glock. "Razor," she thought. "He outwitted us." Darkness fell. Chapter 42. A low rumble and shaking. Meghan tried to open her eyes and move. She couldn't. Her eyelids opened a crack. It was dark. Inside a vehicle, she thought. It was cold. She turned her head slowly, because her body didn't seem to respond quickly to commands. Another figure next to her. Beth. Breathing. Eyes closed. Unconscious. She licked her lips. Tried to get her mind in working order. Opened her eyes as wide as she could to take in the vehicle. Recognized the equipment inside, in the dim light. We're in an ambulance. She remembered the EMS vehicles rushing to the scene. She hadn't given them much thought, but now, they were part of the trap. She tried her hands. They seemed secured to the gurney she was on. Her legs too. She tried her toes. Socks on her feet but no shoes. She raised her head, feeling like she was swimming underwater. Everything felt woozy, as if in slow motion. Her jacket and jeans were still on her. Holster empty. No cell phone, no wallet, nothing on her other than her clothing. She looked over at her sister. Beth was on another gurney. No shoes on her either. No gun. She fell back and lost consciousness. A man was standing over her when she came to. Average height. Dark hair. Watchful eyes. Clean-shaven. Her mind felt clearer, cool air coming from somewhere flowing over her face, reviving her. They had stopped somewhere, with the vehicle's rear doors open. Darkness outside from what she could see. "You are awake," the man stated. He checked her bonds. Went to Beth's side and did the same. He was wearing an FDNY uniform. "You came early." "I wasn't expecting that." The man came over to her. "I had to move fast. All the moving parts in my plan, had to move them forward." Was that a faint Russian accent, or was her mind playing tricks? "Who are you?" she asked, even though she knew. Anything to keep him talking. Her mouth felt like rubber. His eyebrows drew together. "You don't know?" "Razor," she swallowed. "You know me as Rufus." "Stop wasting time," a voice yelled from the cab. In Russian. "Kill them." "Not here," Razor replied in the same language, his eyes on her. "Why not?" "We might need them as hostages. Besides, I want to rape them." His eyes drilled into her as if expecting a reaction. She didn't twitch a muscle. She and Beth knew Russian, among several other languages. Zeb had gotten them to start learning in the first week of their joining the agency. Is he testing me? Checking if I understood him? Hidalgo didn't say anything about Razor and rape. She almost snorted. It wasn't as if they knew anything much about the killer. "That money we brought, it's got trackers." "No, it hasn't." The answer was indifferent, almost bored, the dark eyes piercing her as if reading her mind. "No one knows where you are and what happened to you. Our jackets have trackers on them. Zeb and the others will know." No signal leaves this vehicle, he said, dashing her hopes in the next moment. And in a few hours, it will be so your bodies will never be found. Why did you stop? Yuri, he jerked his head at the man in the cab. He wanted to take a leak. Good help is hard to find, which is why I work alone. But for this assignment, I had no choice but have him as a partner. Let's go, Yuri yelled from the front. Razor stepped out without a word and slammed the door shut. The vehicle started moving. Meghan lay back, taking deep breaths, letting cool air fill her lungs, clear the fog in her mind. They would die if she and Beth didn't act. However, what could they do? Her sister was still out. They had no weapons. No, that wasn't right. She remembered suddenly, and raised her head and tried to look down her body. The cuffs around her wrist felt like plastic, standard ties that they themselves used. She bent the fingers of her right hand down her palm, searching, praying. There. She nearly groaned in relief when she felt the delicate thread at the cuff of her jacket. The filament was barely noticeable. It looked like the stitching on her jacket had frayed and was unraveling. Even the best operatives ignored it, if they even spotted it. She caught the thread with her middle fingers and started drawing it out. It slipped. She cursed under her breath and tried again. She trapped the filament against the fleshy base of her palm this time and dragged it upwards. Sighed in relief when she got hold of it between thumb and forefinger. And pulled. There was resistance initially. That was by design. It gave way at a firm tug and the thread drew out. The fiber extended and broadened to a few millimeters as it came out of the cuff. It was coated with a ceramic alloy, and by twisting it to a particular angle, turned into a cutting tool. She got the angle right after several attempts, her forehead beaded with sweat, her nails chipping and cracking with the effort. She pulled and started sawing desperately, wincing whenever the sharp edge caught against her skin. Felt movement by her side. Turned her head. Beth. She was awake, watching her with wide eyes. There might be cameras in the vehicle. Razor might lip read. She stared back at her sister, hoping she could read her mind. Beth moistened her lips, and Meghan bit back the gasp of relief when she saw her sister's fingers work at her cuff. She felt the vehicle turn as it navigated, and the knifing tool nearly slipped out of her fingers. She bit her lip, closed her eyes in concentration, and worked hard. Felt something warm and sticky on her wrist. Knew that she had cut her wrist. It didn't matter. The ambulance slowed and jolted as it drove over uneven ground. We must be getting closer. No sounds of traffic outside. Something brushed against the sides of the vehicle. She cocked her head, listening. Branches. Forest. Someplace remote, with thick undergrowth? Staten Island? Had they crossed the bridge and entered its woods? She worked furiously, knowing what the slowing down meant. They were nearing their destination. Looked across at Beth and saw the realization in her eyes. She tugged at her wrist. Felt the tie loosen. Pinched the tool between her fingers and sawed furiously. Indistinct conversation from the cab. Jolting and swaying of the vehicle. Which helped, making the tool bite deeper. At a harder shake, the restraint broke. Let there not be cameras, she prayed. And even if there are, let Razor not pay attention to us. She yanked the tool free of the sleeve with a hard jerk, raised her back, twisted her right hand beneath it and worked on her left wrist. Looked at her sister who mouthed, right free. The vehicle stopped. Chapter 43. Meghan lay there, heart thumping, watching from the corner of her eye as Beth worked desperately. Doors slammed at the front. She held her hands to her sides, willed herself to look scared. Which wasn't difficult. Let them not inspect the ties. Footsteps sounded. A handle cranked at the back and doors flung open. A large man stood framed in the door, Yuri she guessed, from the dim ambient light falling on him. His face was in shadow, but she got the impression of wild hair on his head and a thick beard. Pull them out. Razor not visible to her. He's probably holding a weapon, covering us as we exit. Da, Yuri grunted. He bent, fiddled with some equipment, and a ramp lowered. He stood in between the two gurneys, unlocked their wheels, grabbed their sides with each hand and pulled at them. The gurney slid out, guided by his hand, and came to a halt on the ground. First impressions were registering on Meghan. They were in a small clearing. Trees everywhere. Foliage overhead, but sufficient light to see Razor to Meghan's right, 4 feet away. Something glinting in his hand. A stubby weapon, pointing in their direction. Yuri to her left, 2 feet away, one hand on each gurney. The large man, relaxed, not expecting any trouble. Razor alert, his gun aimed a few inches over her body. Beth, now, she telegraphed silently without looking at her sister. Her sister seemed to read her mind. Beth reared up. Her right fist punched Yuri in his throat. Meghan threw her weight to her left. Sent the gurney crashing to its side, its bottom presenting itself to Razor, who fired. Round struck the gurney. She yanked her feet savagely, groaning as the plastic ties bit deep. Another superhuman pull. Something bent. Not the ties, but the metal railings they were fastened to. She didn't have much time. Razor would move back. Wait for her to show herself and pepper her. Or he could approach and fire over the temporary shield. She pulled hard, crying out, and felt the tubular railing break. Probably weak from use and age. It didn't matter why. She was free. That was important. Something hit her in the back. She risked a quick glance. Yuri, who was grappling with Beth. The firing stopped. Razor changing magazines. She took the opportunity. Raised her left elbow in a wicked jab. Caught Yuri at the base of his neck. Brought her knees to her chest and kicked out explosively. The gurney went sliding towards Razor. She raised her head a fraction. The killer stumbling back, his gun hand rising. A yell burst from her as she leapt. Diving over the equipment, hands reaching out. Not going for Razor's face or neck, but at his gun hand, which was coming down straight at her. Fingers of both hands opening. Finding his wrist. Grabbing it and forcing it up, sending rounds skywards. Her body crashing into him, its weight not quite succeeding in dislocating his shoulder. The gun fell. Meghan landed. Lost her grip on him. Felt movement. Rolled desperately and caught a kick in her ribs. A groan burst out of her, and then Razor was on her, raining punches on her. No time to think. Muscle memory and training took over. Blocking, sliding desperately on the ground, rearing with her head, connecting her forehead to Razor's nose, feeling it break, spray on her face. The blows disappearing as the killer fell back. She got to her knees and then to her feet. Yuri and Beth were fighting bare-handed behind Razor. Even as she watched, the Russian lifted her sister bodily and flung her against a tree. Meghan heard ribs snap. An agonized cry. Shock and anger flooded through her. Use your emotions. She charged at Razor with a blood-curdling yell, catching his chest with her left shoulder, flinging him backwards. Something that felt like a block of concrete hit the side of her head. She staggered. A punch to her neck left her gasping and sobbing for breath. The killer moved in front of her. Weaving and dancing, face dark from the blood flowing from his nose, eyes impassive. He tested her with a blow. She ducked, heard the slap of flesh, Beth still fighting with Yuri. That split second of distraction was the opening Razor needed. The side of his palm caught her neck, sent her reeling and falling to the ground. Fire and heat raced through her at the force of the blow. She landed on her right side, a rock gouging her ribs. Felt it move. Felt blood trickle down her face. We're going to die. But not without causing serious damage. And with that, cold determination spread through her, compartmentalizing the pain. She grabbed the rock underneath her as Razor approached, dancing. She got to her feet and held it up. He stopped. She pulled her hand back, preparing for a throw. He started to duck. She let the missile fly. At Yuri. The rock hit the large Russian square in the lower back. He groaned and stumbled back. Beth shoved him back and kicked at him. And then Razor was flying towards Meghan, something sharp flashing in his hand. A blade. He slashed at her face. She weaved out. He thrust again. She deflected the blow. Realized her mistake too late. It was a feint. His hand curved back wickedly and the knife cut a thin line across her belly. She jumped back, felt the warm trickle of blood. Not serious. Razor came again. Knife dipping in and out, moving side to side, lips curled tauntingly. He jabbed. She snapped a blow to his neck. He sidestepped. And attacked, and this time kept coming, and all she could do was block and defend as much as she could. Her foot slipped. Razor lunged forward. His left hand came up. Slapped her across the face, a brutal, insolent blow that sent her head rocking. She brought her arms up to defend. Gave him the opening he wanted. The blade sank between her ribs on her right side. She felt no pain. Felt her eyes widen. The next moment, his left hand was around her throat, squeezing the breath out of her. And then the pain appeared. Dark and hot, searing and lancing as the blade bit deep, Razor's eyes unwavering, only his lips lifting in a grin. And that enraged her. She summoned her strength, gritted her teeth, and instead of trying to draw away, surged forward. The knife went deeper. Razor's eyes showed emotion for the first time. They widened as the thrust brought Meghan close to him. She snarled, even as she saw blackness starting to appear. Opened her mouth wide, lunged forward, bit his right ear and pulled savagely. Razor screamed. The grip on the knife eased. She didn't let go. She clamped her jaws tight and reared her head back. Razor howled. The hand around her throat fell away. She brought her knee up and into his groin. Razor groaned. Head butted him. The killer stumbled back. The knife in her body remained. She grabbed at it with her right hand. Meghan was rage. She was death. She was darkness. She pulled it out savagely, uncaring, unheeding, pounced on Razor and sank it deep in his neck. The killer fell. Meghan landed on top of him, her hands welded to the blade, keeping it buried in him. He rained blows on her. She absorbed them. He punched her neck. Her head swam, but she didn't let go of the knife. A punch loosened a tooth. She didn't budge and put all her weight behind the knife and held on and would continue holding it there until the earth stopped turning and time slowed and came to a standstill, and until. Razor's eyes flickered. His breathing slowed. He gasped. He went still. He died. Meghan trembled and shivered but still didn't move. A moan came to her. Her head lifted, as if it was a great weight. Yuri bent over Beth, methodically striking her. Meghan didn't know from where she got the strength. She was moving before she realized it. Racing towards the large Russian. Crying, snarling as she leapt on his back, plunging the blade repeatedly into his neck until Yuri fell back, almost crushing her underneath him. She crawled from beneath, went to her sister, whose face was bloodied, lips cut, forehead bleeding, neck bruised, arm twisted. "Beth," she whispered. Her sister's eyes opened. Don't talk." Meghan squeezed her shoulder. She searched Yuri. No phone on his body. Sobbing in desperation, she went to Razor. Found a cell in his pocket. It fell to the ground. She couldn't grip it in her slippery fingers. She cursed and prayed as she picked it up again. Jabbed at buttons, turned to look at her sister, who had raised her head. Felt darkness coming on. "Bwana," she cried and didn't remember anything more. Chapter 44. Someone was hovering over her when she came to the second time. The face was blurred and made soft sounds. Meghan thought she might be in heaven, and gave a contented sigh and faded back. The face over her was definitely not that of an angel when she woke up for the third time. Bwana, grim-faced, lines around his stern mouth, which relaxed into a broad smile when she blinked. I'm not in heaven? She licked her dry lips. He supported her as she sat upright, and gave her a glass of water. His laugh rumbled through the room. Nope. I'm with you. That's better, isn't it? She swallowed gratefully and looked over his shoulder. They were in a spacious room, a hospital for sure, judging by the equipment by her side and the tubes sticking out of her. Beth's in the next room. She woke up an hour back. She's fine, he said, reading her anxious expression. Both of you have broken ribs. She's got a dislocated shoulder, broken fingers, mouth needs surgery. Hey. He put down a palm the size of a shovel and pushed her gently back on the bed. You aren't going anywhere. She's in good hands. She'll get back to normal. She'll be fine? 100%. I promise. She relaxed and closed her eyes. Bwana never gave his word lightly. Her eyes flew open. What about me? Ribs, like I said. 2 of them. That knife wound is bad. A fraction of an inch deeper, and it would have punctured your lung. Your neck will take some time to heal. Will I recover? She stopped him. Yeah, he looked at her in surprise, as if it was never in doubt. Raj's already laid out a recovery plan and a training schedule. The 2 of you will be kicking ass in no time. The door swung open and Roger entered. He winked broadly when he saw her. Behind him, Bear and Chloe broke her with a bunch of flowers. No, Zeb. He's with Beth, Bwana told her. You know how he is? She did. She blinked rapidly to keep her tears away when her friends gathered around her. She didn't have to ask how she came to be in the hospital. Bwana would tell if she inquired, but she knew. They would have searched the city the moment Werner lost contact with Beth's GPS tag, and her own. They would have arrived at the last signal point. Heavily armed, grim-faced, a group of people who could and had waged war all by themselves. They would have searched in ever-widening circles, hands near their weapons, ready to reduce the city to ashes and dust. She hadn't been able to complete the call to Bwana, but the cell phone had stayed on. It would have acted like a homing beacon. If she closed her eyes, she could imagine how they looked. Bwana and Bear granite-faced, Chloe narrow-eyed and tight-lipped. Roger and Bear whistling tunelessly, but not in joy. And Zeb. His fingers would have trembled, just the slightest, almost imperceptibly, signaling his killing rage. Her friends. Where? She asked Bwana, trying to control her voice. Staten Island, he understood her question. In the remote woods. Nearest sign of civilization was a golf course, but that was a good distance away. He was smart. Very few people know the island has one of the most secluded areas in the city. She nodded and listened to them josh as they settled around her. Roger discovered that the sisters' rooms were separated by a slidable partition. He got to work, and when a nurse came bustling in, he and Broker turned on their charm. The 2 could have been front-cover models in a different life. They smiled, flirted, and sent her away without her uttering a word of admonishment. Bwana wheeled Beth's bed over, and as the sisters lay side by side, someone opened a wine bottle. Zeb leaned against a wall, his eyes serious. He nodded when he met Megan's eyes, and she knew he would go for a punishing run afterwards. He would drain the dark anger in him, and would be able to relax only the next day. Her friends. Her world. They left when the nurse brought reinforcements, battle axes who stared Roger and Broker down and hustled all of them out of the hospital. Megan got to her feet unsteadily and went to Beth's bed. Saw her sister's swollen face, the wounds and the stitches. Remembered Yuri's hand moving up and down as it hammered blows on her twin. I almost lost you, she said brokenly. Beth's lips twisted, a look of devilment in her eyes. Sorry, sis. I'm not that easy to get rid of. And then the tears came. A week later, Beth and Meghan were back in their office. Not recovered fully but making rapid progress. Roger and Bwana were hard taskmasters, and did not let up on their recovery regime. Meghan stretched cautiously, wincing as a dull throb in her chest started. She cracked her fingers and looked over at her sister, who was peering intently at her screen. "Still down?" "Yeah," Beth replied. The link to Nikolai's game was dead. The sisters had visited several chat rooms and the dark websites they had access to. The murderous game hadn't popped up anywhere else. There had been no new attacks on Angie, and she had gone back to her apartment after Zeb declared it safe. Hiram Konstantin tried to pay them, and when he became insistent, the sisters asked him to donate to the NYPD Foundation. The few headlines about the accident near the Verrazano Bridge were soon forgotten. New Yorkers never came to know about Razor and the killings on Staten Island. Commissioner Bruce Rolando and Claire had collectively wielded their not insignificant clout to deter even the most inquisitive journalists. Meghan didn't have the usual satisfaction of closing another case, and she knew Beth felt the same. "Nikolai? He's still out there. We don't know who he is." She leaned back, closed her eyes, and drifted off. A thump on her desk woke her up. A cell phone. Funny, Bwana made a show of patting his pockets. "I plumb forgot to hand that over to the cops. Forgot to tell you too." "Whose is it?" Meghan eyed the smartphone. He fumbled with it and pressed a button. A voice filled the room. "Have you killed them?" Meghan sucked her breath sharply, seeing the dawning realization in Beth's eyes. That was Razor's phone. And that voice? Nikolai's. Chapter 45. They arrived in Moscow separately, 6 weeks after Bwana had handed Razor's phone to Meghan. He and Roger had come in from Europe, having joined a backpacking bunch of student travelers. Broker flew in on a private jet, playing the role of a millionaire. Bear and Chloe arrived in a tour group, playing a couple in love, which wasn't that hard to enact. They were in a relationship. Zeb joined a group of football fans who were following their club's tour of Russia. It wasn't his game, but he had had far more difficult covers. The sisters had finally identified Nikolai Kem, formerly Nikolai Kharkiv, son of Anatol Kharkiv. It hadn't been easy, despite the message on Razor's phone. That voice matched no other in the databases Werner had access to. The twins had turned to Andropov finally. Their Russian friend, still burning with righteous anger, had taken the recording eagerly. He had scoured the databases at his end. When that search proved fruitless, he had run a match against all the politicians' voices in the country. That hadn't been successful either. And then he had his brainwave. If Nikolai was so deeply hidden, it could only mean he served the most powerful. The man in the Kremlin. Andropov had used all his wiles, all his resources and ingenuity to record those in that man's employ. And after 3 weeks of digging, he had found a match. A recording in an exclusive Moscow nightclub. One man berating the manager for serving his vodka sloppily. A lot of bowing and scraping, and apologizing from the manager. Andropov checked out the security cameras and found the profile of the man whose voice matched. A profile wasn't good enough. He visited the manager and asked for the customer's name. The manager refused. Andropov withdrew his gun and placed it on the table. "I have powers," he said. The manager eyed the weapon silently. "I can make you disappear," he told the nightclub's official. "He has no name," the man shivered. "We aren't allowed to write it down." "How do you know it is him when he calls?" "He uses his boss's name." "Boss." "The man in the Kremlin." "He must have a credit card." "A car." "An address?" "No card. We don't charge him. His vehicle has no plates." "I want something," Andropov told him sternly. "I can't give it to you," the man cried. Andropov took pity on him and left, but not before threatening him. "If you tell anyone," he warned. "I won't." Andropov mounted watch by himself. He got lucky in the 4th week, when the voice turned up in an armored SUV. The man, dressed in a suit, snapped orders at his driver. Andropov's directional microphone recorded them, and a laptop by his side confirmed again that it was the same voice on Razor's phone. Andropov checked out the SUV when the coast was clear. No plates, but he got its VIN number. His screen told him the vehicle belonged to a trading company whose ownership was obscured by several holding companies. He followed the voice when he left the establishment late at night. Down the Rublyovo-Uspenskoye highway, past several gated complexes, turning into a well-maintained road, falling back because his was the only other vehicle on the road, and driving past the iron gates beyond which the SUV's lights had disappeared. Andropov had two clues now: the fancy estate and the company. He threatened and cajoled people, bribed and persuaded, until a gardener in the mansion gave up the man's name. Nikolai Kem. And then the rest, piecing together Nikolai's backstory, finding out about the other occupant in the house, a young man named Vasily who did nothing all day but sit in front of a screen and play games, became easy. And once Zeb got Nikolai's details, he made a call to Claire, who created a fake mission that necessitated the visit to Moscow. Beth and Meghan couldn't be told. They would have insisted on coming along. No, this was a job Zeb, Bwana, Roger, Broker, Bear, and Chloe had to do themselves. No one laid a hand, directly or indirectly, on the sisters, and lived. The sisters protested, but Zeb was unyielding. Mission fitness, he told them. And it was true. Meghan was recovering faster than Beth, but even she was a long way off from combat readiness. And so the six arrived in Moscow. Bear and Chloe commenced surveillance on the mansion. They flew drones at night over the estate. The devices were equipped with stealth technology, built with radar-absorbing material, as well as electronic countermeasures and a low radar cross-section. Each craft had a satellite tower that captured cell phone traffic from the mansion. Nikolai's mansion had physical and electronic security, motion sensors and alarms. The compound fence was patrolled by armed guards who were former Russian soldiers. Breaching the estate's defenses would be a challenge. Bwana and Roger kept watch on Nikolai's office. It didn't have as much security as the mansion, but it had enough. They met 10 days later, at a bar not far from Andropov's office, and compared notes. Mansion, Bwana emptied his beer and waved for another drink. That's where we should hit him. He rarely goes to the office. He'll know he's under attack, Bear objected. Let him, Zeb replied. The sniper agreed on their choice. The shooter had easily spotted Bear and Chloe at the sprawling estate. Bwana and Roger weren't hard to miss either. The sniper drove a sleek Mercedes, wearing the uniform of a chauffeur, and picked up wealthy Russian women and dropped them off at malls. That cover enabled the assassin to observe Nikolai's residence as well as his office. The sniper knew about Zeb and his team, was aware of their capabilities and the resources they had. The shooter wasn't worried by them. The assassin flew a drone when the operatives left. The craft was similar to the ones Bear and Chloe had used, but the sniper surveyed the mansion from different eyes. He checked out windows and angles of fire. Spent time observing the smaller residences around the main building. One in particular, a guest house 200 yards from Nikolai's residence, was of interest. Its roof had a sight line to several windows in Kem's study. The Russian showed himself on the third night of the sniper's watch. He stood at a window, a cell phone pressed to his ear as he looked out into the night. The sniper wasn't interested in his conversation. The assassin noted how Nikolai stood, for how long, and recorded his appearances at the windows. No protection detail in the study, which was reassuring, but wouldn't have mattered for what the shooter planned. On the final day of watch, the sniper hid in the hedges surrounding the mansion's perimeter. The assassin saw Bear and Chloe arrive at night. Zeb and the remaining operatives came in separate vehicles. The shooter's lips quirked at their rides. Russian police cruisers, the operatives wearing the correct uniforms. Zeb's team huddled in front of the mansion's gates and made plans while the security guards looked on. The sniper made plans too. Chapter 46. The operatives decided to hit Nikolai 3 weeks after they had been in the country. It was a warm, balmy night when they executed their plan. Broker and Roger tipped a semi on the Rublyavka highway and blocked the approach to the mansion. They would stay back and make sure the route stayed closed. They were responsible for exfil as well. A chopper that would hover over the mansion's roof and collect them after mission complete. Andropov, whom Zeb had persuaded to help without actively involving himself, kept the Moscow police busy, sending them on several fake terrorist alerts. Bear and Chloe, Zeb and Bwana drove up in Russian cruisers and parked off-road, in the darkness between two oligarchs' estates. They put on their skin suits, geared up, and jogged to the rear of Nikolai's mansion, away from the highway. They placed several cell phone jammers against the perimeter wall, and launched 3 drones. The crafts would orbit the estate, picking up any escaping cell phone traffic. They would also act as their eyes in the sky, transmitting their feeds to the NVGs on their faces. Night vision would turn on or off depending on ambient light, and also when facing reflective surfaces. When off, the devices would convert to clear lens goggles. Zeb checked Nikolai's location from the thermal imaging the drones were transmitting. The Russian was in his study. He signaled go. Activity inside the compound picked up as soon as they climbed over the perimeter wall. 3 guards raced towards them but went down when Bear and Chloe fired tranquilizer darts. They split into 2 teams, Zeb and Bwana heading to a side entrance, Bear and Chloe going to a rear exit. They moved fast, cutting down any approaching guard. They could hear shouts from inside the residence, and radios on the fallen men squawked. The sniper climbed over the same section of the wall the operatives had. The shooter crouched low, running fast, detouring away from the mansion, heading to the guest house. 2 guards ran in the direction of the main residence, drawn by the breach in the compound. Their heads turned, startled at the figure racing towards them. The sniper shot from the hip without faltering. A rapid double burst that cut them, followed by a double tap. Lethal rounds. No tranks. Zeb's team lobbed flashbangs into the residence and when they entered the house, switched to lethal fire. Each one carried an HK-416, Bear and Bwana had M320 grenade launchers fitted to theirs. Zeb and Bwana entered a large room which looked like a store for art. Look at that. Bwana took a moment to admire a wall hanging before blasting oncoming guards with a short burst. They checked the hallway. Clear. We're climbing, Chloe said in their earpieces. Stairs from the back going up. Zeb and Bwana raced down the hallway. Bwana let fly a grenade as a door opened far ahead. 3 guards collapsed, their rounds flying harmlessly over their heads. A turn. Footsteps pounding ahead of them. They split, dived to the floor in opposite directions, sliding on its polished surface. 4 guards rushing at them, reacting an instant too late as they figured out which target to go after. In Zeb's world, a fraction of a second's delay was the difference between life and death. The heavies went down under their sustained fire. Zeb rose and looked at Bwana, who gave a thumbs up. More twists and turns in the passage, alarms now sounding in the mansion, shouts in the distance. They reached a hall, some kind of reception room, at the far end of which was a grand staircase winding up. They climbed swiftly, Zeb at the front, Bwana at the rear, coming to a landing that stretched to the left and right. The sniper reached the side wall of the guest house. Paused for a few moments to fly a drone and check the building. Thermal imaging showed it was empty. The shooter activated a wave jammer that would interfere with the residence's security system. Sounds of firefights in the distance as Zeb and his operatives engaged the mansion's security personnel. It was the cover the shooter had wanted. The sniper put on suction gloves and swiftly climbed the building. Chapter 47. Right, Zeb pointed on reaching the landing. That was where Nikolai's study was. Sounds of an intense firefight. Ducked their heads around a corner. Bear and Chloe pinned behind an upturned wooden desk that they had dragged from somewhere. Duck, Bwana whispered, sent 2 grenades rapidly and backed them up with sustained fire. The sounds of the explosions died down. Smoke and dust filled the passage. Someone cried in agony. Zeb held his hand up and started crawling. Not a good idea, Bwana warned. Let me soften them up with a few more. Zeb didn't stop. The passage ended in a T, with Nikolai's study to the left. They had to know how many hostiles were in the intersecting hallway. The hallway became his universe as he moved swiftly, alert for any movement. He knew he would be a tempting target for any guard. However, he was counting on his friends to provide cover. It was a foolhardy move, one that he wouldn't have executed in different circumstances. However, plans needed to change when the terrain and hostilities did. He brought out a telescopic camera when he reached the end. Swung it to the right. One guard crouching, another behind, both readying themselves for attack. Neither of them noticing the almost invisible cable's tip. He twisted the camera, pointed it to the left. Bodies on the floor, no movement. The HK was too cumbersome to maneuver. He drew his Glock and fired to his right just as one of the guards leapt forward. A double tap took the first hostile down, and then his crew was surging forward, cutting down the second guard, but not before Zeb's cheek burned from a passing round. That was close. He felt his face with his hand. His fingers came away red. He got to his feet and moved carefully to the study's door. The sniper moved across the guest house's roof. No security guard at the top, which wasn't surprising. Everyone would have been summoned to deal with the operatives in the main house. The shooter skirted air conditioning equipment and piping. Brought up a mental image of the building's layout and the window in Nikolai's study. Headed to that side of the guest house and slowed when the parapet neared. The roof presented a problem. The parapet wall meant the sniper couldn't lie down prone and take a shot. The shooter shrugged. The shot would have to be taken kneeling. The sniper had planned for various shooting positions and had strapped on appropriate gear. Reaching behind, the assassin unfastened a bipod. Placed it over the parapet wall and adjusted it. Used a dimmed flashlight to inspect the surface of the roof. It was even. The sniper brought out more equipment and assembled a Barrett M107. Working in the darkness, hands moving surely, slapping the component parts into place to complete the deadliest sniper rifle. Attached a Leupold scope on top of the rifle, placed the weapon on the bipod, knelt and put an eye to the Leupold sight. Nikolai's window jumped into sharp relief. Breathe in, breathe out. The study's door had a camera at the top. Chloe shot it out. No sounds from inside. Nikolai's silhouette showed on their lenses, pacing, apparently unworried by the firefight raging in the mansion. He's got men surrounding the house. The police are a call away. The man in the Kremlin is his ultimate insurance. Why should he be concerned? Zeb smiled grimly as he inspected the door. The door was metal, sturdy, and shone under the ceiling lights. Water-filled, Bear pronounced after studying it. Impact-resistant. The liquid inside would absorb the force of any shock and made it impervious to many kinds of breaches. Stand back, Bwana told them. They got behind him. The problem with doors was that they required hinges, even if they were hidden. Bear joined Bwana, and the two shaped and placed explosives at the four corners of the door and down the sides. 8 charges of custom-made explosive that could breach a panic room. Broker and the twins had collaborated with the NSA to develop a new explosive for dealing with thick concrete walls. Months of research and trials later, the end result was what Bear and Bwana were working with. A charge that was several times more powerful than C4. An explosive that could direct its force in a concentrated area and that could burn through building materials. Ideal for safe rooms. Perfect for Nikolai's study. The operatives went to the far end of the hallway and placed several explosive packages at the entrance of the passage. Infrared sensors planted just below knee height on the sidewalls. The mansion's heavies would come rushing once the panic room was breached. They would cut through the IR waves, which would complete the circuit, trigger the charges and take them out. A simple, but extremely effective means to cover their backs once they were inside the study. Bwana signaled when they were ready. The operatives looked away when he and Bear triggered the charges at the study door. The explosion shook the building. The mansion trembled, and something crashed in its cavernous interior. Shouting and cries of alarm reached them. They didn't stop to investigate. Zeb darted through the dust and smoke swirling at the breached door, his HK held ready, the rest of the operatives following him. Scan left. No hostiles. Check right. No threat. The study would be a conference room in most hotels. It was large, wood-paneled, original art lined its walls. Ornate lighting hanging from the ceiling. A set of security screens in one corner, showing images from the mansion. A glass cabin at one end that had a desk, several screens on it, a chair that was vacant. And Nikolai Kem hunched over his desk, holding his hands to his ears, his eyes widening at their entrance. He lunged for a drawer, fumbling as he brought out a handgun. He dropped it immediately, howling in agony when Zeb shot him in the shoulder. Bear and Chloe stood by the shattered door, keeping a watch on their rear, while Bwana and Zeb advanced. The Russian was dressed as if he was going to an evening reception. Razor-sharp creases on his trousers, striped shirt, cufflinks gleaming in the light. Dark hair immaculately parted. Well turned out, except for the red splotch on his shoulder and the grimace on his face. His dark eyes were narrowing as he sized up his visitors, calculating, thinking furiously. "Do you know who I am?" he asked sternly in English. Zeb didn't reply. Neither did Bwana. "You are Zeb Carter?" Nikolai focused on him. Zeb didn't make a sound. "You won't leave this country alive. I have a powerful supporter." "Stop," Zeb told him. Nikolai stopped. He took a few steps back, putting the large desk between him and the oncoming operatives. To his right was a window that looked out. Zeb and Bwana were 30 feet away, the study was that large. "You have a games developer?" Zeb jerked his head at the glass cubicle. "Vasily," the Russian answered readily, his eyes unfathomable. He didn't look scared. "I killed him. He was of no more use." "It was your idea?" "Duh." Nikolai sat in his leather-backed chair carefully. It looked like the visitors wanted to talk. "I made one mistake." "What was that?" "My plan was to have no American targets." "Targets?" "Duh. Killings in America. That would complicate my business." "But Kloops, he wanted to kill in your country." Zeb fingered his Glock, wondering why the Russian was confessing so readily. His powerful backer. Nikolai still thinks his protector will come to his rescue. "Why Angie Konstantin?" Nikolai shrugged. "Random selection." Vasily put in a lot of names. The computer selected hers. "What do you think will happen now?" Bwana asked, fascinated. The Russian laughed. "You cut my phones off. You killed my guards. You think you are in charge. You are wrong. By now my sponsor knows something. He will send Russian police. Soldiers." He looked at an expensive watch on his wrist. "Any minute now." "He's lying." "Nothing's happening," broker spoke in their earpieces. He had been following their progress through the body cams on their suits. "Highway still jammed. Cops have surrounded the semi. Raj and I are heading to the mansion. We're monitoring chatter. Lots of talk about terrorist blasts in several parts of the city. Andropov's buried reports of our attack. You gotta step it up, however. Choppers incoming in 10. You made another mistake," Zeb told Nikolai. "No, I only made one." "Beth and Meghan," Zeb raised his Glock, his face stony, his eyes steel. "You put them on your target list. You sent Razor after them." Nikolai stared at him in disbelief, and then fear dawned. He had always assumed he was untouchable in his mansion in Russia. Reality was setting in, but it was too late. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His lips worked. He broke. "Wait," he babbled, "I have money. I can pay you." "How much?" His head exploded. Zeb froze stunned. He hadn't fired. None of them had. "Down," he roared. He dived to the floor, rolling to the wall, away from windows, away from the shattered entrance. Looked about swiftly when he came to a stop. His friends had taken similar cover. Guns cocked, ready for hostilities. No heavies entered the study. No one rappelled through the windows. No shots came their way. Chloe caught Zeb's eye and pointed at something over his shoulder. He turned carefully and looked at the shattered window, and then at Nikolai's body. "Sniper," he mouthed. "Outside." His friends nodded. He prepared for an explosive burst of speed, out of the study and to the hallway. To test the sniper, check out whether the shooter was hostile or not. "Relax," a voice came over their earpieces. Amused, smiling. Another moment of shock, his head rearing up, meeting the startled eyes of his friends. They knew that voice well. The speaker was no threat to them. "I suspected you were planning something like this. But that shot wasn't yours to take. I'm sure you understand. Beth is my sister." The end.